There we go. Okay. Hello, everybody. And welcome to me having lost track of where the chat is. There it is. Hello. Today, I'm going to be working on a mod for Hollow Knight Silksong. So it's basically a mod for recording replays. And that could be anything from recording like a tiny section of gameplay and then like looping it over and over if you want to like practice a certain movement for speedrunning, or recording a full run from start to finish of the game. So yeah, I'm making a mod for that. That's pretty much it. There's a lot of like weirdly complicated quirks when it comes to this that we'll see how much I'll get into throughout the stream. But yeah, I'm just gonna be working on this mod, and if, as always, if you have any questions or thoughts or whatever, you feel free to chime in and ask away. So yeah, there will be coding in this stream. So there's not going to be a whole lot of playing Silksong unless I like decide to, I don't know, do a speedrun afterwards. But I'm hoping I can get this mod to a state where I can record my next speedrun, because it would be really fun to be able to race against my ghost in my, not the next one, but the speedrun after that. I think that would be super cool. Yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do. And yes, I'm using Writer for my IDE. And so the state of the state of the mod right now is that, you know, Silksong is a game, it's a 2D game, and it's built into different rooms. So you have rooms with a bunch of platforming and pathways that you can go. It's got a bunch of like exits in various directions. So you can leave a scene or enter a scene through specific locations. And this is analogous to Unity scenes, or it's literally Unity scenes. And right now, the replay system can only record replays in specific scenes. So if you record a replay from, you know, some starting point, and you run around and do some stuff, maybe climb up something, and then you stop recording somewhere else. So like recording a replay like this is possible right now. But it's not possible to do replays across multiple rooms. So if you have another room, like here, for example, that's going to be a separate scene. I don't handle this yet. So you wouldn't be able to like leave this section and then start entering a different room. So that's one thing we're going to do, or that we're going to fix. And the reason for that is because all of these are separate scenes. So the coordinates that it's logging is always 0 in the bottom left of each scene. So the coordinate system is changing depending on the level. So there's no like world space for the entire game, or like the entire game map. And so all of the data that you record is going to be on a per scene basis, pretty much. Do you record the inputs and RG seeds of the data of the objects in the scene? No. So right now it's less of it's not really a replay system where you can like watch a replay play through the whole game. It's more so a ghost. Like you can see a ghost that in the world that does the same things you did during that recording, or does the same thing someone else did if you load someone else's replay. So it's more akin to ghosts in a racing game, rather than a demo system that can like play through the game, or like a TAS, right? So it's much more similar to ghosts than like a playthrough. I might look into doing stuff like that later, but for now it's not something that I'm gonna do, at least not for the initial version. I think right now, yeah, I think right now I'm just gonna focus on making it a ghost type of thing, and that's like complicated enough in and of itself to start with. So yeah, and yeah, it's very much a thing for speedrunners specifically, especially for like practicing like single rooms and stuff. Yeah, oh my god, I'm thirsty. So yeah, so effectively the oh, hold on. I started playing Nine Souls from your recommendation. It's really good. It is a very good game. Nine Souls is probably one of my favorite games. It's very, very nice. I think the I don't know. I think I never played Sekiro, but Nine Souls parry system feels so good. It feels great. And like the way that it flows into combat in a way that makes combat feel so, I don't know, it's such a cliche, but like the combat in Nine Souls, especially against bosses, really does feel like a dance. Once you're really good at using the parries. And it's especially true because you're not just attacking looking for openings like you're doing in many different other games, right? But the thing about the parry system is that you're always responding to the other to the enemy, right? And you have to directly learn the enemy's attack patterns in a way that you don't really have to defeat bosses in most other similar styles of games. But it's probably true for Sekiro as well. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems really cool. And it was just a really good game. And like that style of like parrying is something that I really enjoy doing that in Silksong as well, even though Silksong is not designed for it whatsoever. But yeah, so I tend to like try to carry a bunch of those things over to Silksong. Usually not very successfully, but definitely try Sekiro. Yeah, maybe I should. I think, okay, so this is like an irrational worry. Because I don't actually know if this is true or not. But every time I've seen some gameplay footage of Sekiro, it looks like it's almost too much just being parry based. Whereas in Nine Souls, it's like, I don't know, it's like 75% parries and 25% improv. And it kind of looks like Sekiro wants you to be entirely railroaded into responding with parries. And that seems less fun to me. But I'm not sure if that's true, because I haven't actually looked at like a long form gameplay. I've just seen like a few seconds of combat. so I don't know if that's true. Okay, so I think the first thing we need to do with the replay system is add support for multiple rooms. That's just something we don't have right now. And I think the data that we're storing right now for every single frame, it's a bit wasteful, but basically we have the x coordinate. So that's a 32-bit float right now. With a y coordinate, that's also a 32-bit float. I guess it's a... What's that one language? Rust. Is it F32 for the shorthand? I kind of like those shorthands. They're extremely technical, but it's much better than like D word or whatever the heck that is from. I think is that a Windows API thing? I forget. Okay, so we have the x coordinate, we have the y coordinate, and then we also need the current time. But whether or not we really need it is kind of like up in the air right now. I need to do some experiments, but this would make things kind of bulletproof in a way where like if I store the time every single frame, there's like you can guarantee a smooth playback. But there are ways where I can kind of like skip this time thing. I don't technically need it for every frame, but it makes it so that it works. There's a few reasons for why I need time here. Okay, and then finally we need... I haven't decided yet how to structure this, but let's call it a let's call it S for sheet, maybe. I don't know. So we need to store which sprite is currently rendering on Hornet, the main character. I have started coding this project. So I haven't streamed I haven't streamed any of the development of this. I've just been doing that off stream for the most part. So basically Hornet has, the main character has a bunch of sprite sheets. So it's like an atlas, and then all the different character poses are in this texture. But there's multiple atlases like this, right? There's many, many different sprite sheets. So depending on like what weapon you're using and what state you're in, the character might be using different sprite sheet. And so we're gonna need to reference different sprite sheets. And so I'm just gonna, I guess we'll just index them from 0 and onwards. So we have sheet 0, sheet 1, and I would be surprised if we need more than like 255 sprite sheets. I can't imagine that you're ever going to have more than 255 sprite sheets for Hornet. So it's kind of like two different indices we need. We need the actual sprite sheet index, and then we also need the sprites inside of that sprite sheet. So how many bits do we need for this? So okay, what would we guess for sprite sheet count? Okay, so we have 2, 4, 8, 16. 16 is probably enough. But it's a little risky. I don't know. It's a little spicy, I feel like. So I think it's like it's one sprite sheet per crest, and then there's a few special sprite sheets that are when Hornet is in a special state. Like I think when you're doing the claw line, for example, I think that requires sprites from a different sprite sheet. Yeah. But I think if we do, yeah, I guess if we store 8 bits, we would have enough to reference 255 sprite sheets, which is an insanely high amount, which I doubt will ever be reached. Yeah, I feel like I should reduce it to like 64 or something, right? So there's 256, 128, 64. Skin mods could mess things up too, right? Maybe. I think it depends on how those are implemented. If the skin mods replace the texture referenced by the sprite sheet, and as long as I reference the sprite sheet instead of the texture directly, yeah. Okay, so the question is basically how many bits do we want to allocate for the sprite sheet index, and how many bits do we want to allocate for the actual sprites inside of those. So that's basically these two. We need the sprite sheet index, which I guess would be then, if we're using 6 bits, is that I6? Or is it U for unsigned? U6? Is that what you would do in Rust? I don't know. I don't know if 6 is even available. And then the sprite sheet index would be, I don't know what 32 minus 6 is. 32 minus 6 is 30 minus 4, which is 26. Is that it? 26? I wouldn't be surprised if 128 or more in the sheets is required. Really? Are you what? Really? That seems like an insanely high amount. Yeah, SNI would be in the same 32-bit integer, I think. Well, I mean, 26. How much is that? That's an insanely high number, even in and of itself, right? Like, what's let's do the math. Two to the power, what did I say? 26? Okay, so I don't think Team Cherry has 67 million sprites in a single sprite sheet. I think that is absolutely bonkers. And so I think we can afford to spend 8 bits on the sprite sheet. Actually, we can probably just spend 16. Yeah, if we do 16 bits for the sheet index and then 16 bits for the index inside of that sprite sheet. I think like the first one is kind of like insane in how many bits we're allocating to that. But 16 is very nice because that's it's like U short, I think, in C#. Yeah. Okay, this is probably like the simplest way of doing it at the very least. And so I guess the big question then is like, is it possible that the sprite ID is a global ID, or is it on a per sprite sheet basis? I don't actually know. Are the sprites in Silksong discrete, or do the sprites get composited together at runtime? I'm not sure what you mean by that, because it kind of sounds like them being discrete and getting composited together at runtime is the same thing. So I might be misunderstanding you. I think it's a per sprite sheet index. Okay, you know what? Let's actually debug that, because I do have the mod. So let me enable that. Okay, sprite. We got the sprite here. Okay, sprite ID, and then I guess we'll just compile. So if you're curious about how I'm making this mod, so there's a mod loader called Bepinex. And Bepinex is effectively a tool that can load C# DLLs into games that you start running. And Bepinex is kind of like the established mod loader for Silksong, which is entirely third-party. There's nothing about this that's like Team Cherry official or whatever. So Bepinex allows you to have multiple mods and kind of configure or load multiple of them at once. And then if I want to inject code, as in if I want to modify some of the existing code inside of Hollow Knight, so I'm using a thing called Harmony. So Harmony is a code injection utility that allows you to do stuff like prefix and postfix injection. What that means is that you can take a piece of code and say, before this function is run in Hollow Knight, I want to run this code. That's a prefix function. Or you can do a postfix one of like, after this function is done, then run this piece of code. So that kind of makes every function call in the game modular in a way where you can kind of like insert pieces of code into them. Yeah, and it's Bepinex is the mod loader, and then Harmony is the code injector. How do you get access to the functions? So the game itself, so the game is made in Unity, right? And in the folder of the game, I don't even know if this is going to be readable on stream. If you go to the folder and then into managed, then you have all the DLLs for the game itself. And this is your usual like Unity DLLs, but then you also have the actual like game code. So that would be the stuff in assembly C# DLL and C# first pass. So these DLL files contain like the majority of the game code. There's a few like specific ones that are like teamcherry.localization or teamcherry.splines, like that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, anything that's not like Unity standard or C# standard DLLs is going to be part of the game code. So what you can do is that you can decompile this code and then you see the function names. And that allows you to, if you know the function names, then your mod is going to be able to access those functions pretty much. But of course, some of this stuff is private, so you're going to have to use reflection for some of it, which is a little tedious, but usually it's not that bad. I don't actually know what the first pass is. I don't know enough about the low-level goings-on in Unity to to know how that works. Okay, so I just wanted to check what the sprite sheet indices are like. Okay, so there is like a UI debug thing here. So here it says Hornet Sprite. I don't know if this is going to be readable on stream, but it says 109 right now. But it's going up to 1,000. Which is pretty high. Do they actually have 1,200 sprites in a single sprite sheet? Because that seems wild. Yeah, 1,100. I thought I saw like a 6,000 at some point. Okay, what about the ledge grab? That says 3,000. Are we sure the sprite indices are not global? That's like 40 by 40 sprites? Oh my god, really? 1,200? I guess? Oh my god, area and volume math is never intuitive for me. I guess that's not too bad. Doesn't it say 300? I mean, it's going from various different numbers. Like now it's 800. 870? While walking? Oh, there's a bunch of different ones. It's going from like one of them is at like 30, one is at 90, the other one's at 300, the other one is at 1,100. It's very unlikely it's just one sprite sheet. So most of them, I think, is on the same sprite sheet. Because when I started my recording, most of the frames actually render just fine. It's only like exceptional stuff. Like I think the attacks with this crest in particular is not on the sprite sheet. And when I do the claw line, which I guess I don't have in this save file, I guess I'll... can I just enable that? There we go. Okay. So like this claw line, I think is in a different sprite sheet. Because earlier I made the assumption, or I think right now I'm assuming that it's all the same sprite sheet. But the moment I use the claw line, you get the wrong sprite. Like you can see Hornet flickering into the wrong thing, which probably means that I'm using the wrong sprite sheet there. Try something like the rosary cannon. That's a good point, actually. Holy particle effect. Oh yeah, I need to sit at a bench. Okay. Oh, I have like all of them? Or wait, no, that's Silk Shot. That's different. Rosary Cannon. There we go. Wait. Do I not have money? No, I have money. Or do I reload it in the... How does that work? Why can I not use it? Yeah, the weapon slashes, I think there's one unique one per crest. Wait, you hold X in the menu? Oh wait, but I thought she would reload it. Wait, maybe I'm out of shards, actually. Maybe that's the problem. No, I have shards. What? Oh, wait, okay. Wait, but why is it unequipping it when I'm holding... Oh wait, it's showing Xbox. There we go. Okay. I'm using a PlayStation controller. Okay. Let's see. That's 1,100. Wait, can I... Well, it doesn't automatically reload it on the bench. It looks like I have to do it in this menu. But yeah, I should probably just like debug the actual sprite sheet name. I think that would be the good like next step here. So yeah, I'm just debugging the sprite index, but we also need the sprite sheet ID. Or actually, we don't have an ID right now. Oh, what's that even called? What kind of sprite is this? Tiki Duty sprite. Oh, it's probably the sprite definition, and then oh, there's a material ID. That's actually kind of interesting. Let's just log. Let's just log a bunch of things and see whatever's useful here. Atlas, maybe? Atlas sheet, no. What is the 2D toolkit thing? Also, sorry if I'm missing questions in chat. Source texture GUID. Cool. Okay. And I'm guessing that's gonna be unique per sprite sheet, or can like a sprite sheet have multiple textures? That would be kind of scary if if that was possible. Okay, well let's do that. Let's see, material ID. Is there anything else we want to print? Because there's a material itself. Material. Wait, material instance and material. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's it. Okay, let's just try that. And yeah, this type of like you can use this type of mod loading for pretty much any Unity game, or probably like any C# based game, but I guess most of them are Unity based. So it's not really like a unique thing for Silksong to be able to do this. Okay. That is changing surprisingly often. I feel like... Oh, you know what? I think source texture GUID is probably the original texture before it was packed into an atlas. Because this one seems to be unique for every single sprite. Yeah, these are not... I don't think that's the sprite sheet ID. Material ID, though. That one is staying at the same one. Although it is changing surprisingly often. Okay, let's look at... Oh my god, Hornet. Stop slashing. Hero Hornet. We have a... Take a 2D sprite. Oh, collection. That's what I want, right? Collection. Sprite collection, that's what it's called. Does it have a name? Asset name, sprite collection name. Sprite collection name seems relevant. In case there's a way to, like, globally access that. I guess I should make this one wider because the GUID was a little too wide. Okay, let's recompile and try again. Okay. Okay, so sprite collection name says night right now. It is consistent, which, but when I slash, it switches to the Hornet Crest Weapon Dagger CLN, which is collection, I think. So that's probably the crest that I'm using. If I switch to the Hunter's Crest, it's all on the Knight sprite collection. Okay, can I... there's gotta be a way to give myself all the crests, right? All crests. There we go. Okay, so... Yeah, it switches to a different one. It switches to Hornet Crest Weapon Scythe. Oh, was it supposed to be a scythe? Oh, that would have been cool. I guess, like, it would have been annoying if they had to, like, reskin the needle for all the different moves you have in Silksong, but it would have been cool if they actually changed the needle into a scythe. Try some tools. Oh yeah. I guess the rosary cannon. Huh. Okay, that's still on the Knight sprite sheet, actually. What about the circlet? How does that work? Or no, that's not the circlet. That's the... that thing. I never actually used this one in my first playthrough. But then I saw a video of someone using it, or a stream, and I was like, that actually looks really powerful. All on the Knight sprite sheets. Oh yeah, claw line. Oh, that's interesting. That is actually on the Knight sprite sheet. Oh, why did it bug out then? Maybe it wasn't actually clawline. Maybe it was something else. It was probably my attacks that switched sprite sheet or collection, I suppose. Okay, cool. So I'm guessing every single crest has its own. Excuse me? This one rotates between 3 different crests. Drill, lance, scythe, and dagger. I'm seeing 3 different sprite collections for all 3 of those. Okay, interesting. I guess they're just using frames from the other sprite sheets? Yeah, not this one. This one is just from the drill lance. But this one uses stuff from the Hunter's Crest and the Wanderer's Crest. Fascinating. Okay. Then it is interesting though that there's a GUID for every individual sprite. The thing that I'm not okay, maybe I shouldn't be doing optimization brain, but like it makes me wonder if I should just like have a oh my god, if I should just have like a dictionary of just from like int to a tuple of the sprite sheet and the index or something. And then this would be the GUID for the sprite. And then that's what I store here. So that like every replay has like a dictionary in its header or something. The only like downside I think is like if I want to make my replay system support streaming, then this would change the size of the header while it's running. But I don't know why I would ever need to make it support streaming. So I don't think that matters at all. So I don't know why I'm thinking of hypothetical situations that don't matter. Okay, is the GUID a... it's a string. Okay, that's a little bit gross that it's a string. Although... because ideally I wouldn't want to do like string lookups every frame, but maybe it doesn't matter that much. I think regardless, even if I don't do it for the individual sprites, I should probably do that with the sprite sheets regardless. Because I don't think there's an established index for every sprite sheet in the game itself. So I do need some kind of conversion from like an integer to a specific sprite sheet. Yeah. Although, I mean, I guess I could... yeah, how many sprite sheets are there in the game? Is there a way to, like, iterate through every single sprite sheet? Probably not, right? Unless there's something like 2D Toolkit that allows you to do that. Sprite sheet source. Anything here? No? Okay. Sprite collection. Okay, let's just look at the 2D toolkit documentation. They're fixed size strings at least, yeah. Either I just store the lookup table in every replay file, or I store that in the mod itself, where I just have every single sprite sheet in a table. Oh, hold on. Initializes the lookup dictionary. This looks very relevant. So there is some kind of dictionary, which is probably for when you're creating sprites. There's also an isValid sprite ID. Okay, but that's in sprite collection data. Wait. Yeah, init dictionary. The moans in the background. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Everybody's just not having the greatest of times in Bone Bottom. Flick seems to have a good time though. Okay, let's go here instead. Maybe there's less moaning in this scene. Let's see. GUID of this object used with TK2D index. That looks relevant. Index? Okay, that's not in this list. So then where's that dictionary? I imagine it would be static, right? Sprite collection data. Well, I guess if I do create... No, not create. Or... Let's see. TK2D... It's probably like an instance. Oh, you know what? I already have a sprite. Set sprite allows me to pass a collection and a sprite ID. Okay. So then I feel like there should be like they're mentioning the dictionary everywhere, so there should be some way of getting a collection by ID, right? Let's see, collection. Because a sprite... Oh, maybe that's part of the sprite definition? Doesn't seem like it's sprite definition. That looks like the raw data of all the stuff. Oh, hold on. Get sprite ID by name. Now we just got ominous background rumbling. Is that better than the moaning? I don't know. You know what? We can just turn off the game because we probably need to recompile before the next test anyway. Okay. I feel like that there has to be. So sprite collection data is probably like an individual collection. Not like a global thing. So is there something that seems like a global sprite related thing? I just feel like there should be more collection related stuff. Okay, 2D, toolkit, collection, dictionary. Wait, that's font data, that's not the same thing. Okay. I don't know if there's a dictionary that we can access. I wonder what the material ID is. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. So material ID is an ID of the material used by the sprite. This is generally the same on all sprites in a collection, but this is not true when multi-atlas spanning is enabled. So this would be 0 all the time unless they have multi-atlas spanning, and this is not 0. It goes from like 0 to 3, I think. So, okay. Which probably means that we can't just use the texture references. Yeah, I guess the question then is like, how do I access the collections? If I'm watching a replay and the replay needs to show a sprite of a collection that hasn't been loaded already, I don't know how to access those. I feel like there's gotta be some way to like load those by name or something. Because it kind of looks like it's all direct references to sprite collection data. Like I can iterate through the sprites in a single collection. But I wish there was a search function in this. Okay, so most of this is just UI stuff. I just feel like it should be in here somewhere. Oh, there's so many like injected things here. That makes it a little tricky to navigate. Okay, but there is a sprite's name. Is the sprite name a globally unique name? Because this, if I do set sprite, although it also has a new sprite ID, there's like an is valid sprite ID, but is there a is valid sprite name? because this kind of seems to imply that there is no... It kind of seems to imply the names are actually unique. If I'm just like making a guess here. Quick question, does this have modding tools, or are you just recompiling the game with some third-party thing? I'm not recompiling the game, so it's loading my code through a DLL. And then I'm doing code injection with Harmony. So I'm not like compiling Silksong itself, that's already compiled. So it's kind of like loaded at runtime. Yeah, this website is very bright. I feel like my eyes are unhappy about how bright this website is. Unique sprite definition. What are you trying to figure out right now? I'm trying to figure out how do I reference sprite sheets that haven't been loaded yet? And how do I load them? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And what I have would be stuff like, I might have the sprite collection name, and I have the sprite GUID, like that kind of stuff, but I don't actually know how to access the collection without already having it loaded. But there seems to be this like dictionary thing, but maybe that's just for the string lookup. But I guess you know what? Maybe I'll just print the names of the sprites and see, do they seem unique? I guess. Let's just start there. Let's print the name. We know that source texture GUID seems to be unique. So let's print that. Also, would we want some music in the background? Because I'm considering whether I should just leave things musicless, or if we should turn on some music. Because I was thinking we can just listen to the Silksong soundtrack, a collection of the calm songs. There we go. Is Silksong's core play movement also made with Playmaker? So as far as I can tell, it's a cursed mix. It's a mix of straight up C# code and also a ton of state machine stuff. So I think player movement is a mix of both, pretty much, as far as I can tell. I haven't looked into it too much, but like stuff like input states that's handled in regular C# code. Okay, so we have Hornet sprite name. So Hornet sprite name is now this line here, and it's cycling through idle 0005. Okay, so if I attack, it's like Hornet slashes scythe. Yeah, they seem to kind of have unique names, actually. So let me just switch crest to see what the Wanderer says. Maybe they are unique names. Okay, well that would make things a lot easier, I think. So then I think we can actually go from sprite name to collection. Because there's a... Because in the sprite, there's a sprite.setSprite. And setSprite lets me just pass a sprite name into it. And so I wonder if setSprite also sets the collection. So I guess we can just try that. So let me see, if I attack and pause, we've got that this is the info we got. So theoretically, if we set the sprite to this name, even though the sprite collection is using a different collection, does it actually change to the correct collection? That's the question I have right now, because if that's the case, that would make my life a lot easier. So I guess we'll see what happens. How would we try that? Oh yeah, I guess I have my trails. This thing. So maybe I'll just do a thing where like it's gonna set all the trails to use that sprite that we just looked up. So instead of using the correct one here, we'll just do it based off of name. Okay, so it is Hornet underscore dagger underscore slash 0001. Okay, that looks correct. So then in our replay player, where's my ghost? Ghost. No, it's in the recorder actually. Trail. Record ghost frame. Okay, we're just gonna override it afterwards here. Ghost.sprite.setSprite and Hornet dagger slash 0001. Okay, so this is either gonna like cause some error or it's gonna work. And if it's gonna work, that would make me very, very, very happy. Sorry, all my Steam friends seeing me play the game over and over again. The trail is fun. I appreciate the trail. It's kind of neat. Please work. Please just work. Okay, this is suspiciously uneventful. Did it actually... Am I getting errors in the code? Okay. Sprite not found in collection. God damn it. Okay, so that means collections are, or names of sprites is collection relative. It's not global. Okay, well, then the question is, how do we access the collections? There might be some like component on Hornet that has some kind of reference to all of that. So let's see if we can Okay, so Hornet has a hero controller. So that might be relevant. There's so many state machines as well. Ooh, TK2D sprite initializer. That sounds like it might have something relevant. It has a list of sprites. Oh, you know what? I think this is a list of all the sprites on Hornet herself. Like additional sprites that are rendered in addition to Hornet. Which, this is actually really useful to have as well, in case I want to like render all of those too, because right now I don't, and it actually looks a little bit weird in some cases. Okay. Yeah, so there is a sprite on Hornet, but the problem is that that's referring to only the current collection. But I need a list of all possible collections, which is the thing I'm trying to find. And I would guess that this one just doesn't have that. Because it does have the collection here. The night collection, right? You could hook into the functions that create the collections and create some sort of mapping from sprite to collection. Well, that would require the collection to be loaded by the player before the replay wants to show that sprite, right? So I would need some way to load them before the game has actually loaded it. But there has to be something that switches. Like, something clearly changes the sprites through the... probably the hero controller, or maybe the hero animation controller, or maybe through the state machines, actually. So if we go to the hero controller, let's just look at the decompiled code to see if there's anything relevant in here. So we want the sprite. So let's see if there's a... There's gotta be a reference to the sprite. What's it? TK2D sprite? Oh, there's only sprite animation clips? Okay, so... Then that's probably handled elsewhere, but the crests... Oh god, I forget what the crests are called. They're called something else here, I think, in the code. Actually, what's in the animation controller? It's not the sprite itself, but maybe they always go through the animator, actually. Yeah, the hero controller is about 9,300 lines. It is decompiled though, so it's probably a little bit verbose in certain cases, but yeah. I don't think it would get that much shorter. Even if not decompiled. Where was I going? I was going to... Oh yeah, animation controller. Why is there so much reference to wind? It's kind of unexpected. Windy animation. Windy animation library. Okay, we got the different slash landing. Idle look. Oh, idle look is probably when you're sitting at a bench. And Hornet's like looking around after a bit. Okay, play clip seems kind of relevant. So where is this used? Is it called tool crest? I recognize that. That might be it, yeah. Oh my god, like finding usages is so slow for the decompiled code. Good lord. And what's kind of annoying in Writer is that once I get this window, I can't like click through all of these because it's going to close this window, and if I want to like make this persistent, it has to like find them again. And I'm like, why is that not cached? Why don't you cache that thing you just did? You just did a whole search. Why not cache it? Okay, so it is used here. In Hero Controller, it's setting the clip to idle. Okay. And the clip is also set to run. Oh, okay, so this is very bare bones. So I'm gonna guess that the crest-specific animations might actually be triggered through state machines instead. Oh my god, Silas is gonna jump. Hold on. Okay, so what was I looking at? Oh, yeah, state machine. So I'm thinking maybe the attacks are actually through state machines. Oh, they could actually also be child objects. Like every crest might be... Oh, you know what? Crest warrior effects, crest reaper effects. Although that's only specific... That's not all crests. Attacks? Ooh! Actually, I think we got something here. Maybe. Unless this is just the additional... So slash sprite. And that's the sprite collection. Hell yeah. Okay. That's really good news. So I think we might actually be able to just load them through traversing the child objects. Assuming though that's the only, like your crests is the only place that's actually setting the sprite collection, which I can't imagine is the only place. So that was under attacks. Oh yeah, so bind effects is probably something crest specific there too. But these are probably like... So the ones in the child objects, that's probably for like additional sprites, like separate sprites, rather than the actual sprite of Hornet. So we can use this as a proxy to like load most of the sprite sheets maybe all even. But it's kind of not guaranteed to actually be all the sprite sheets. I'm still curious, like, what's actually setting the sprite? It's gotta be whoever or whatever has a reference to the animation controller in Hornet. I think anything that references that has gotta be the cause of setting it. So, yeah, then that's the question. Where does that come from? You know what? It's probably the state machines. So let's look at some of the state machines. I was kind of looking for a state machine for attacking, but I don't really see one. But maybe that's actually just part of the child objects, because the attacks are here. Those are not even state machines. Okay. And the parent object has nothing. There's something called a proxy state machine. What's this proxy thing? Hero damage, left ground, leaving scene, landed, max health, dash end. Okay. Doesn't seem super relevant. Sprint, mantle, harpoon dash. Harpoon dash? Is that just the claw line? Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Hold on. We need to make this window bigger. This turned out to be more than I expected. Okay, yeah, this is the claw line. So like ring grabbing, ring jump, ring cancel. Okay. So I imagine some of this is, yeah, some of this is like enemy related as well. Yeah, because you can do a bunch of stuff with the claw line. So it's like if the claw line hits a ring, if the claw line hits an enemy, if the claw line hits spikes, if the claw line hits nothing. Like you need to handle all of those cases. So I guess that's the logic in this state machine. The heck is a brawly? Jump type, brawly. Okay, so I feel like, where's the idle state? Brawly's to float? Okay. Oh, this is the idle state. Right. How do state machines work? Take control? Is that the... Ooh, is this all the variables used? I was thinking maybe the state machine has a reference to the sprite sheet, but it doesn't look like this has animation related stuff. Set game object, call method. feel like it's gotta be... There's gotta be some place where it's setting the animations. Where is that? They have a TK2D animation action for changing animations from Playmaker. Okay, how do I find that? Is that an operation here? I'm not very familiar with Playmaker at all. So, what was it called? It was called Hero Animation Controller? Are you saying it's calling play clip from state machines? Or something similar? What was it called in-game? Oh wait, no, I need the Object Explorer. TK2D Sprite Animator. Okay, so is there a like set animation or something? There's a set sprite, but I imagine you're assigning animations to this, not sprites. What? Oh my god, I can't even collapse the view of stuff without... Yeah, okay. Oh, play. Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. This now we're getting somewhere. Play. So play animation clip. So it's either a... Oh god, there's a lot of different overloads to this. I guess I'll just see where this is called. I think... Yeah, let's do a search for that. Okay, TK2D animated sprite. What's the difference between TK2D animated sprite and TK2D sprite animator? Or maybe animated sprite is like a inherits from... Oh yeah, that inherits from sprite. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Right, so this has a reference to the animator. Wait, this is obsolete. Why is it marked as obsolete? Nail slash? Oh my god. My god. We have the nail slash. I think we found it. Maybe. Okay, nail slash.cs. So... play slash. This references the animator. And it plays a clip by name. And the animation name of nail slash is a string field. Okay. Who sets this? Who decides what this animation name should be? Where is that set? Come on, writer. This is the only location? Okay. So that probably means that the animation name is set elsewhere. In, like, not through code. Or it's abstracted away in some way. Okay, well that's disappointing. Really? Okay, so nail slash. Where is the nail slash script actually? Enter a component type. Nail slash. Can I? Did it filter anything at all, or how does that work? Or do I do add? What does that do? Oh shit, I added a nail slash. No, remove that. That's only for adding, it's not a search? Okay. I feel like there should be like a search function. Okay, well, there is the attacks child object. Is that the one? Slash? Nail slash. Yeah, okay. Okay, well... Nail slash... what were we looking for? What was the field called? Animation name. What, am I blind? Oh, animation name. Slash effect. Cool. Slash effect glow. Slash sprite. Okay, that is very relevant. Okay. So slash sprite means that we can access the collection from that sprite. Okay, so what does it look like? Let's see. This is the shaman bind. Okay, I didn't want the bind. Okay, so if we go back to attacks, I select scythe and slash. Then we got the nail slash and this one just says slash effect. Okay, so okay, so then it sounds like that's relative to some kind of animation collection. Is that a thing? There is the sprite animator. Ooh, hold on. Library. Library? That's a new word. I thought we only had collections. What are libraries in 2D Toolkit? Okay, so that is the animation, I guess. And the animation contains animation clips. Okay, so slash, what does that contain? Frames, animation frames. And what do they contain? Sprite collection. We did it! We made it all the way down here. Okay. Good. That's great. So I think what we can do is just brute force traverse the entire hierarchy of Hornet, find every single animation and every single sprite and go through every frame in every animation and collect all the sprite collections. Just like scoop everything. And that's probably gonna be relatively safe for making sure that we have all the sprite sheets we need. I think that's the way to do it. It's messed up that there's no list. Yeah, I feel like there should be one, but I mean, there might be one. It's just that we haven't found it. Okay, I guess we'll just write that code and see what happens. See how many things we find, I guess. So let's see, where would we do that? I guess it's like the moment we have a player? The scoop pattern, exactly. That's the programming pattern for this. I guess I'll just put it in here somewhere. Do I have an update loop? I do. Okay. So what do we call this? Has loaded sprite sheets. False. All right. So I guess we will just do if has loaded sprite sheets is false, and excuse me, game.hero exists, then we load the sprite sheets. I guess we'll move this in here actually. Or we move the whole thing in there. You know what? It's weird to have the state flag outside. Also, here's a random programming tip that I don't know if anybody asked for, but whenever you have this kind of pattern where you have like a boolean for whether or not a thing has loaded, a thing you only want to do once and you're like branching it based off of a boolean check. Like sometimes you would do stuff like you would have all of your loading code here. Like this. The problem with doing it this way is that if this code throws an exception, it's actually never going to set this to true. And so it's actually going to reattempt the loading every single frame because it never ran this code. So like it can lead to like really annoying runtime crashes or like the whole thing gets stuck or whatever. And so just doing this before the loading code, it doesn't feel very like idiomatic, I guess, but it's like, this is way more safe because then it only tries it once. And then if it fails, it's not going to keep retrying every frame. So like that's just something that I've done like quite a lot just to avoid like annoying runtime exceptions. Even though it feels weird to put it there, but okay, so how would we do this? We would do game.hero.
Hello, Salad. Hey. What's up, Salad?
I think Salad wants to come in. Okay, I'll be right back. Nice to see you stream. Thanks. Nice to see you in chat. Brush bro. Is there a good tutorial for Bepinex Harmony Unity exporter usage for modding? I just went to Google and YouTube and I found a video and that was enough to get started. It's salad. It's salad. Look at salad. This is salad. Look at him. He looks like this. Hey, salad. Hello, Mr. Man. Ow. Ow, ow. Hello. Ooh. Okay. Salad's here to bother me. He's probably gonna start wandering over the keyboard, as usual. Okay, game.hero.get components in children. Include inactive. Okay, good. That's part of this. I wasn't sure if that was actually gonna be available. Does he dislike being held like that? I think he has a vague discontent, but he doesn't like mind super much. So, he doesn't like it, but he doesn't hate it either. Is my interpretation of his reaction. Okay, so what components do we want to get? I guess we want to get TK2D sprites, and then we also want to get TK2D, let's see. I guess it's the animator? Sprite animators. And then the nail slash. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Nail slash. So nail slash had a field? Where was it? Animation name. But I feel like that was not the key. We found something else. It was like library or something? Or was it just a reference to the animation animator, actually? It might have just been the animator. Yeah, because the animator had the library. Okay, yeah. It's kind of weird to hear this music without the, like, Polaris in the background and all the different, like, weird creatures. Polaris. Pecto. Library? Library, I think? Oh, there's also, like, current clip. But I don't think we need that. Clips? Okay. Is this a select menu situation? So for every clip, we go through every frame. And that's where we have the sprite collection. And that's just a regular select, I think. Wait, introduce variable? Oh, okay. Why would I want to do that? Oh, because I'm not using the return value. That's okay. And I guess in this case we want to do, yeah, select, but unique? What's it called? Distinct? Or we just make a hash set, I think. Or just a dictionary, right? A dictionary that goes from... Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. How do I want to set this up? No, it is a hash set that I want. Hash set of Tiki2D sprite collection. Oh my god, Salad, hello. You are a little bit in the way. Yeah, select many is link. Is this legal? Modding games? Yeah, that is legal. Okay, so that gives us all of those. So sprite, we want sprite, the collection of the sprite, right? Collection. Okay, we can just concatenate these, right? Yeah, so we concatenate those, and then we concatenate the last one. So I don't think we actually need the nail slash, do we? Because a nail slash, I think, just had a reference to the animator. So I don't know if there's anything unique there. I guess it had the animation name, but now we're kind of like grabbing everything anyway. I missed the beginning of the stream. What's this try load sprite sheet? Says it record in-game data directly. I thought it was just a screen recording. Oh no, it's not a screen recording. It records in-game data. So it's meant to be viewed in-game as well. So it doesn't record stuff that's meant to be viewed outside of the game. Yeah. Okay. How many levels deep are we? So that one is not required, I think. Like, why is it sad about this? Oh, because I'm still not assigning this anywhere. Ah, jeez. Wait, does that not return? Is that not what I'm returning here? Oh, sprite collection data. Okay. I believe this is a relatively thorough search through the hierarchy. Is there anything else that we might want to add? So there's the bind animation stuff. So I guess the question is, does the bind animation... But that's got to be like sprite animators as well. I would imagine. I do need to hydrate, that's true. Do you like Labubu? I don't know what that is. Salad? You were in the way. Okay, you just spun your ears into the microphone. Yeah, do you have something to say to chat? I envy you for not knowing. Oh? Then I guess I don't want to know. Okay, Salad. Yeah, scoot your butt. Okay, so we got bind effects. So what do we got here? Audio is not what I wanted. The thing that's a little bit confusing to me now, though, is that like we're finding like the attack effects, which do give us sprite collections, but it's possible that the main sprite of Hornet is actually set to something that's not included in those. Because I feel like the sprite animators are animating separate things rather than replacing the main sprite of Hornet. So like, this is still a proxy. It's not like getting the actual possible states. But I guess like I guess another thing I could do, which is like very brute force, is to like just play the game and like every time a sprite changes, just collect like whatever the sprite sheet is. I guess maybe I could do a callback actually. That'd be like, if I do a log every time the sprite sheet changes, I guess I could do that. Many things like the slash are separate objects with their own animator. Yeah, so those are the things I'm getting right now. But the thing that I really want is I want all the possible sprite sheets that the main Hornet sprite is using, or might use, rather. Hold on, Sala wants over the gate. Yes, this replay mod is going to be something to, like, just see a ghost of previous runs. That's the kind of primary use case for it. And then whatever is going to happen after that or beyond that is kind of, that just depends on what people like about it in the end and what I want to do with it. So we'll see. But the initial state is going to be like seeing a ghost run through the level. But okay, I'm kind of curious to like log this. Just see what we get if we run this code. So let's just go through. Actually, I think there's a, what is it? Add or union? Union with? What salad? I thought you wanted to go through. Do you want to come back now? Yeah, can you make up your mind? Oh my god, Salad. Why is he like this? Do you work as a game dev? It's actually really hard to define. I'm mostly a tool developer and a technical artist. I sometimes do freelance work as a tech artist within game development, so yes. But I primarily work on my own projects, which is mostly tool development for making tools for game developers. So whether you include that in game development is up to you, I suppose. Yeah, why does this not work? Oh, because it's collection data. Actually, is it collection data that I want? Does that have the name? Yes, good. Okay, cool. So you can compete with it or just for viewing? So it's primarily for competing with your replay. It's, viewing it is like, not really the goal, and it's actually not going to be possible to like view a replay playing through the game, like a task bot or something. It's not designed for that. Which means I don't have to deal with like RNG and actually making Hornet affect things in the world. The only thing I'm saving is Hornet's sprite and where she's at and when. That's kind of it. So I'm kind of making a simplified version of this. And then if I want to make it into more like a demo playback thing down the line, I can look into that later, but... What tools do you design? Well, I made a thing a long time ago for Unity called ShaderForge, which was a node-based shader editor. And then more recently, I made a plugin called Shapes, which is a vector graphics utility for Unity as well. And then right now, I'm working on a 3D modeling tool, which is a standalone 3D modeling software. So those are the three main ones, I think, that people might know of. Okay, so we have gotten a bunch of sprite collections. so then I want to, I guess, just draw a list. Oh, wait, I need to access these somehow. You know what? Let's just grab this and move it into the menu code. Not that it belongs here, but it makes it easier. Kagura Core has the best soundtrack. It's alright. It's not my favorite, but it's alright. I don't really have an update loop in here, do I? I have on fixed updates. Okay, so this means we should have a list of all the sprite collections. So let's just print that list. So these are too tall. I need to make them less tall because it kind of looks like there's a space between each of them. Half? Maybe a little bit more. 18. Okay, so let's just index them. Actually, were there multiple names here? Okay, asset name. Okay, name, asset name, sprite collection name. I'm guessing sprite collection name is the thing that 2D Toolkit is using when you want to like assign a sprite. That's what I'm guessing at least. Yeah. Why am I doing all caps? Whoa. Oh my god. Does making Unity assets, is that profitable? There's no information out there about assets or market cap, etc. Okay, so this is my hot take. I think if you approach making Unity assets with the goal in mind to make a profit, I don't think you can do it. Because a fundamental part of tool development, this is not just tool development, this is like any development, but like you need to know your audience. And what I find, at least for indie tool development, which is what I do, you need to know your audience. And so ideally, you should be part of that audience. And so my approach to tool development has always been, I'm making the tools that I need and that I want when I make games or when I do stuff, you know, any tech art stuff within game dev related stuff. That's always been my approach. And when you yourself are a user, it's going to become so clear what you should be focusing on to make your tool as useful as possible. I think like, if that's not your approach, I think that what usually happens is that like, you're not going to be focused on making the best tool you can, and it's going to be focused on quantity rather than quality, which it might or might not be profitable. I don't actually know. Maybe it is, but I don't know. At least from my perspective, like, if you're a user of your own tool, you're way better set up for success than if you're not. You might be. I'm sort of like, it sounds like I'm assuming you're also not a user. But if you're asking like, I'm a game developer and I like doing tool development and you're wondering, is it profitable to release it? It might be. If your tools are useful that other people want as well, then yeah, it could be. It's like when you have like internal tools at a game studio, internal tools are very different from public tools that other people can buy and use. So there's quite a lot of work to go from an internal tool to a publicly available tool, because now you no longer have a single use case. Now this has to be generalizable and usable for other people as well. You need to think about UX a ton. Like UX is something you can kind of neglect for internal tools. Internal tools at companies are almost always extremely jank and horrible to use because you just need it to work, right? It doesn't have to be intuitive. It doesn't have to look great. But if you're making a public tool for other people, UX becomes extremely important. And that is an additional bunch of work that you need to take into account as well. And that's where, at least for me, it helps if you are also a user of that tool. That is a huge, huge part of making sure that your tool is nice to use. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready to test this to see what we get. Okay, actually, if there's going to be 1,000 sprite collections, I also want to print the number we find in case the list goes off screen. Yes, I do need to increment I. Thank you. Okay. And we'll test it. What keyboard do you use? I use a Mistel Air 1. Actually, can I... Is it possible to... Hold on, is this... No, that doesn't work. There you go. That's the one. Come on, camera. Mistel Air 1. It's a mechanical flat keyboard. So it's a bit of a weird special case, because usually mechanical keyboards are not flat, but I really like laptop keyboards. And this gets me very close to a laptop keyboard while also feeling tactile and nice. So yeah, it's got like the, what are they called? Cherry ULP, ultra low profile switches. So it's kind of like, they're actually, I think they're blue switches, but they're not as loud as the usual blue switches. This take with the background music felt like an inspiring movie speech. Oh, about like tool development. Yeah, internal tools tend to be trash, and so what are those internal tools about? So internal tools is, I guess if you use Python a lot, it's kind of like Python-esque utilities for doing simple grunt work. So an example of an internal tool I had at Neat Corporation. Oh yeah, I co-founded a studio a while back. I don't work there anymore, but at Neat, we had internal tools for doing stuff like, in every scene, in every level of a game, there's going to be ways you can set up logic in the level that's invalid. Maybe you have some physics objects where you set it to the wrong connection to the undo system. Maybe your undo system requires you to link the serialized state of every like position and rotation of every like object that you might be able to move in the game where you want to save the location of that object. Like maybe there's something like that. So an internal tool could be something like you make a button that you can press that iterates through the entire scene and checks if you have assigned the save system to every like physics object that's like that you want to save the position of, something like that. Or you have a door that is you cannot open, you forgot to hook up like some event to it or whatever. That's a very simple example of like a verifier tool that can just iterate through objects. It could be stuff like that automatically modifies them and tries to fix them in case there's issues in the way you set up a level. There could be internal tools for, I don't know, texture packing, where you have textures they want to like shove into a single texture. Like it could be a whole host of things. A very common example is something like a mesh combiner that can go through your level and combine multiple meshes into one, because it's easier to place them as separate meshes in the scene view, but for performance reasons, you usually want to combine a bunch of meshes into one mesh. So a mesh combiner is a pretty common thing you do internally. Yeah, so stuff like that. There's a gazillion different things like that. And the thing with internal tools is that you have so many other things to work on that like you don't really have time to make internal tools look good or like feel nice to use. They just need to be good enough to get the thing done that you're doing, right? So internal tools tend to be very, very jank. It would be stuff like, okay, so when you open this window for this tool, you need to like focus the scene view and rotate the camera a little bit and then go back to the tool. Otherwise it's not going to initialize properly. Which is like, it's obvious some kind of cached state somewhere where it's not fully like loaded yet, and like, yeah, you could spend time to try and figure out why it doesn't load before you focus the scene view, but like in most cases it's so easy to just like rotate the camera in the scene view and then go to your tool. Like, I don't know, it's like bugs like that, which it would be unacceptable for a publicly released tool, but it would be acceptable for an internal tool because it doesn't matter that much. It's annoying for sure, but if you're busy and you have other things to work on, if you're a week away from release, and you have a more critical bug to fix, like, would you spend that time on making your internal tools nicer to use, or would you fix that bug, right? Just curious, since all artists are screaming with AI, and I can understand, but what about the code part? If a developer uses AI and successfully makes a good game, will people rage? I think the more important question is, should people rage? But the answer to that is yes, you should. I think it's slightly more okay for code, but I think it's just garbage in general. I just don't like AI for anything. Actually, I take that back. It's okay as a search engine that you can't trust. It's also okay for looking up things that you already know. Like, you forgot a word, and you want to look up that word, and you can like ask ChatGPT in an extremely autistic way of like, I don't know, what's the word for the thing changing in the past that sounds a little bit like old pixely video games? You can ask a question like that and you might actually get to the right answer, which is retroactive, if you're looking for that word, right? Like, you can't ask Google questions like that. And so it's kind of nice to have the language comprehension part in a search engine. But beyond using it as a search engine, I think AI should be kept miles away from anything creative. And to me, that includes code. So yeah, I tried using it for code for a bit, and it was a miserable experience. So I'm not gonna do that again. So it was like, the way that I put it was like, if you're using AI for your code, it's like, if you're at 80% done with your code, AI is really good at taking you to 50% done. That's what it's doing. And it was infuriating, actually. Oh my god. Anyway, how did this go? We have 14 sprite collections. That's actually kind of encouraging. So we have night slash... Hold on, okay. Where's Photoshop? So this is what we're getting. 14 collections. So I do remember seeing these and this. These are the ones that I've seen when attacking and whatnot. But yeah, the other ones, we might not even need to load those, but it's such a tiny amount of collection, so we might as well just include as many as possible, really. Okay. Is this gonna be it? Are there ever gonna be any other sprite collections? So that's the scythe. That one's there. Actually, let's do this. Let's be a little bit clever. Let's make another hash set for sprite collections used. And then okay, I need to make this code a little bit better. Because this is annoying. I should just not copy paste this code over and over. So let's just use a ref struct. Wait, did I cut the max speed? No, I didn't. Okay, good. There we go. Cleaned up the code. This looks better. Also, this actually cut off some characters, so we need to make it a little bit taller. Okay, so what I wanted to do was to have like an additional color field here for the color. I guess we'll just do color.white. What? Excuse me? Unity engine.color? I'm sorry, what? Do I not have access to Unity engine.color? Oh wait, because there's no... I can't make it white by default, I guess. It's gonna be transparent black, so I guess we'll make an overload instead. Okay, so... What? Okay, and then I want to draw the, let's see, sprite collection line. Where we have a sprite, or a collection name. Let's just do name. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to make these have different colors depending on if Hornet has been in any of these. Then I want to make it green. I'm going to leave it at white if it's unused. Although I also want to add... No, wait, I'm going to make it like a little bit transparent if it's unused. I'm going to make it white if it's used. And then I'm going to make it... then I'm going to add more things to the end. In case there's stuff that I didn't find through my search. Okay, so I need another hash set, actually. So these are the ones that are added afterwards. Why do you use ref for rect? Is it not okay to use pass by value? So in C#, structs are passed by value. And because I'm modifying the struct here, and I want to keep that change even outside of this function call, then that's why I'm using the ref here. So when I do ref, it's actually going to modify the original data that I pass into this one. Because I do ref r, it's going to modify this one. So it's basically like using a struct, but by reference instead of passing by value. So that's what ref is doing here. Because the thing I'm doing is like, I have a rectangle where the text is drawn, so I want to move it down by the height of the rectangle, and then draw text, and then move it down, and then draw text, move it down, draw text. That's pretty much what this is doing. Okay. So, how do we do this? Let's see. So if bool is in original collection contains name, or no, wait, it's actually a collection directly. There we go. Okay, and then I guess we'll do that for all the other ones. Is used. And is additional thing. Okay. So I guess we'll make a method for that as well. Get collection color. Can just scoot all of this. Actually, I don't think we need all these Boolean things. We can just do this. Yeah. Why C#, by the way? Because one, I personally like C#. It's a great language. I love it. And two, the game is made with C# in Unity. And three, that's just the language that Unity uses. So there's multiple reasons. But I would also use C# even if I was making something that didn't like force me to use C#. Except what do I do if it's if it's not in any of these? Then I've done something very wrong, I guess. So hopefully that never happens. I guess I'll just do that. Actually, maybe I'll make it red or something. Who knows? Maybe I'll mess up somewhere. Magenta for never happens. I guess I could throw if I want to be proper about it. Okay, so then we do GUI. No, GUI line. Ref R. Can all the citizens be quiet? Thank you. Okay, yeah, collection color is the third parameter. So here we would do collections, sprite collection name. And then we pass the collection into there. Okay. And then we just do GUI sprite collection line, ref R, and the collection, I believe. Oh wait, I had like additional syntax stuff that I want to bring. Chat, are the citizens be quiet, chat? You know, I don't think y'all live in Bone Bottom. Oh. Okay. Okay. So we haven't done anything with these extra hash sets here. So we are going to, let's see. Miss your YouTube content. It was always interesting to watch. Well, it didn't directly help with making the game, just launched. It generally helped. What YouTube content? You mean my videos, or? Because I haven't made a video for a long time. I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. Okay, so now the thing we need to do is like when the replay system... Actually, you know what? We can just check for it in here. Oh, the educational videos? Yeah, so the thing is that like... I don't know, I think it's kind of hard for me to make videos and I'm not sure why. I think it's a mental issue or like a mindset issue. I don't know, it's I struggle a lot with making videos. I think I have this like perfectionist trap where like every video has to be perfect, and if it's not perfect, I am a failure. And so the amount of work for every video that I have an idea that I want to make feels insurmountable, which is obviously stupid. But it's like, I don't know, I feel trapped in that. And also it's like, I don't super want to. I think that's also the bigger problem, is that like, I don't really enjoy video editing. Or no, I don't enjoy video editing in general. I love research though. Like I love researching like math topics or tech art stuff. Like I love spending that time to do all of that research. I also really like doing animations, but I don't like writing a script. I don't like recording videos. I don't like editing videos. Like that stuff is just so boring to me. And so I think that's also an issue where like those parts of video creation is just like, it's so boring. And when I don't feel challenged, when it's easy for me to do something, I just don't want to do it. It becomes uninteresting to me. I don't know. It's really difficult because I think for my first videos, like the Bezier curve video and the splines video, like making those videos was a pretty big challenge because I had to make the animation tooling in order to make those videos, and making the animation tooling was really fun. Like I enjoyed making those animation tools. But now that it's pretty much all up and running and working, it's like, oh, the challenge is gone. Now I just need to make content, quote unquote. And now it's like, well, I don't know, which is dumb. Like I don't know why it's like that. Oh wait.
Hello, it's Toast. Hey, London. What's up, Toast? Hey. Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm programming. I'm typing words on the computer. Yeah. Tut tut. Hey? Yeah. Do you want to talk to chat? Yeah, that's a microphone.
This is the world-renowned detective.
Mr. Toast?
You can't sit directly in the way, buddy.
Hello. Hey. Hello. Hey. Thank you. Oh, I got such a clean face now. Thanks. I'm clean now. Thank you. Thank you, Toast.
Toast is about 3.5. Toast is a ragdoll. Toast and Salad are their brothers. And yeah, they're both ragdolls. They're the twins. As in born in the same moment. Yeah, both ragdolls. And then I got 2 other cats. I'm supposed to have 3 cats, but I have 4 right now. There's also Thor. He's almost 15 years old. Thor is napping on the floor down there. He's a black cat. He's a tuxedo cat, so mostly black, but then some white patterns. And then finally, there's the extra cat. So I have a rescue in my apartment, and her name is Gumpy right now. And Gumpy is currently in the other half of my apartment. so I can't really have her here on stream because they're partially separated right now. And that's because Toast and Thor are not friends with Gumpy. Salad is friends with Gumpy though, and so whenever I run away because Salad is doing something, it's because Salad is jumping over a gate. The problem though is that he doesn't know how to not tip over the gate and also jump over it, so I have to help him every time he hops up on the gate. I did not choose a ragdoll specifically because of the physics programming link, no. Hey. Oh, I just realized Twitch chat is not on screen. Okay, Toast. Well, it's kind of hard to code when there's a little man right here. Hey? Just want to thank you for the content and bringing some interest to game dev. Hell yeah, I am glad. Hope the game is going well. Yeah, you purring to chat? Game has been smashing 100k copies in 25 days. Oh damn, that's really good. Jesus. Well, congrats in that case. Holy shit. Zoop. Why are the cats I meet never like this? Probably because you're a stranger to them and they're strangers to you, right? That's just kind of a different relationship than to live with a cat.
Pop, pop. Hey, hello. How you doing?
Yeah. Okay, buddy. I was going to return to my collection debugging. Okay. Okay, buddy. Are you okay in my lap? Can you sit down there? Okay, I think Toast can be here. I think we got an okay setup now. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the thing where I'm checking the current sprites of Holmér. Okay, so collection, not null, and if the initial load of collection does not contain the current one, then we should add it to collections added. Oh, actually, this should be separate in here. So we add it to that one. I guess maybe we should add it to the current collection or the sprite collections as well. Just for the total list. So that way we don't have to print them separately. And I think like I think I do the check if it was added before I check if it's in. Yeah, that's the last one I check. Okay, so then it's fine. I guess it's also used. Well, that should be out here. Moving in together, we had to introduce our adult cat and dog. Took months for them to not want to kill each other. So, what I have found is that cats usually have an easier time to get along with dogs than other cats. Because I think with other cats, there's usually like a rivalry that you don't get with dogs. Dogs are just kind of these weird things that happen around them, but other cats, that's like a potential territorial enemy. Wait, this is never going to be true, so I should do that. Or no, wait, hold on. That's just for the used collection, so that's fine. Okay, is that it? I think that's it. Got the color. We're printing. Cool. Size of the dog matters. Oh, that's true. I mostly have experience with smaller dogs, so that might factor into it. Oh, okay. Oh, bye-bye, Thor. Or Toast.
Tut tut. Yeah. Where are you going, buddy?
Oh, maybe I got boring. Maybe that's it. Do you want a close-up of Toast? We can do a close-up of Toast. Okay, okay, okay. He's very portable.
It's Toast. Hey, buddy. Hello. Bugaboo. Okay, buddy. Yeah, you may leave. You may leave. Yeah, you can go on.
Yeah, there's a reason that his name is Toast. Because he does have a bit of a toasty face. Oh my god, does Sala still wanna... Okay, I think Sala wants to come through the gate. Yeah, Toast was the, among all of their siblings, Toast was the one who had the darkest pattern in his face among all of them. He was also the, what's it called? Lightest? His weight was the smallest among them all. I guess lightest, but that sounds weird. Leanest. He was the lightest of all of them. And Salad was the heaviest of all of them. So there, it was a good contrast. But it was also because Salad and Toast, among all of their siblings, Salad and Toast actually played with each other when they were tiny kittens as well. So it was a good combination to get both of them, because they were friends very early on. Can Steam Cloud not get stuck, please? Thank you. Did you do Advent of Code? I did not. I have never done it. Usually the stuff that I do has kind of enough puzzles on its own, so I kind of have it readily available all the time. Okay, cool. So now, I don't know if you can see it very well on stream. In the bottom left, there's a list of sprite collections. Actually, let me just take a screenshot. So, there's a list of sprite collections, and they're gonna light up if it's used. If it's been used at least once. and it's going to become green if it finds that the Hornet sprite is using a sprite sheet that we didn't find initially. That's what it's doing now. So it's probably going to light up one of them as soon as I attack. Yeah. Okay, so that is the sprite sheet for the Hunter's Crest. So I imagine just switching to any other crest, it's going to make it light up the, I guess it's called the Dagger Crest. This is the Wondrous Crest. Okay. Clawline does not add any further ones. So it should add to the list in case it encounters a sprite that it hasn't seen before. Now the question is, how do we find new sprites? Okay, attacking. That's on the night sprite sheet. Are there any other tools that have like unique... I guess there's the... Where's the cloak thing? I guess it's a charm, this one. I need a bench. So this one is a bit of a unique sprite, maybe. Okay, that's still on the night sprite sheet. Okay. Let's see. None of these really alter your appearance. I guess maybe when healing, I guess maybe the warding bell. We'll kind of need infinite silk, I suppose. Trobio mirror, maybe? Maybe, yeah. Oh yeah, the... Okay, that's also night sprite sheet. All on the original sprite sheet. That one I know is already on that sprite sheet. Cross stitch. That one might be a bit of an exception. I need an enemy. Fight me. Where are you? Oh, that's an enemy. Okay. Okay, I guess that was probably just the default sprite sheet then. It didn't... Nice parry. Nice parry. Yeah, okay, so nothing changed there for sprite sheet. Okay, so healing then. Okay, nothing unique there. I'm guessing it's just like the... I'm guessing the warding bell effect is probably something that's added on top. I don't think that's changing the sprite sheet of Hornet herself. Memory crystal. Oh yeah, because that's like a unique death animation, right? Oh, Trobio mirror. Does that do anything with Hornet's sprite, actually? Doesn't that mostly affect... I don't know if I've ever looked at Hornet while the Trobio mirror is active. Wisp Fire Lantern is mostly just particle effects, I think. Ooh, Scuttle Brace has a bunch of unique sprites. I forgot. Oh yeah, it's down and then dash, right? That's all in the original sprite collection. Wait, what about when you scuttle up a wall? There's no wall here. I don't have double jump. Where's my double jump? Okay, is there a wall up here? No? Okay, I need a ground to wall transition. Is that so much to ask for? What? Okay, here. Okay, all in the default sprite sheet. Oh, that's the dagger sprite sheet. Okay. Okay. Nothing unique so far. Okay. What about when you smack someone in dialogue? How do I... What's the easiest way to trigger that? How many are there even? There's new, right? There's new and Grindle. What's the third one? I think there's a third one, right? But I don't think it's Krat. Even though he does deserve a slap. Is it really Krat? But when does that happen? Because I thought you usually just actually hit him yourself. Surgeon has one. Oh yeah, it's a surgeon. That's true. Oh, but that's like a whole quest line. A new requires you to find a bunch of enemies. Grindle... Is that when you meet Grindle for the first time as a shopkeeper? Or is that somewhere else? Because if it's the shopkeeper Grindle... Grindle in the Citadel... Oh, okay. Okay. I should also try Silksong, see if there's anything... No? Okay. I do also want to try the one in Weavenest Atla. Because I'm kind of curious, because then you kind of just look like a ghost sprite when you take the elevator. So I wonder what happens to Hornet's sprite there. Using Plasmios in Night... is in Night Collection? Wait. Plasmio? Is that the purple bolt syringe thing, or... Oh yeah, this one. Oh, it's not activated. I haven't been here in this save file. Oh, the lifeblood stuff. Yeah, I should try that. It's actually still in the night sprite sheet. Damn, there's so much in the default sprite sheet. Like, it almost feels like all I need is the night sprite sheet and the crest sprite sheets. Like, I don't know if there's actually anything other than that. Actually, this would be a really good question for people who have made skins. Because they probably need to cover all the use cases, and they probably know. Because the Trabia mirror also didn't have anything unique. What about the parasite? That, I think, does a color flash, or a tint of Hornet, right? And then there's a particle effect, but I don't think there's a unique sprite. But it would be good to try. So... Wrong shortcut. There we go. Okay, so where would we go then for that? That would be... Sinners Road, Dust 05. I have no clue which one this is. Are you able to visualize the sprite sheets? Yes. That's possible. I can go to... go here, I believe. And then go here. And then go to sprite. And then go to this. And then view texture. Well, that gives me one of the sprites. But it is possible to export the whole thing. But maybe not through this thing. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of just... Why is it just showing one sprite when I go to the collection? It's a little bit weird. But I could probably go through the mesh renderer and then the material and then the texture and then view texture. So this is probably the sprite sheet specifically for the Wanderer's Crest. Because when I click, I'm attacking in the background. so that's probably the one that I picked up. I guess if I pause and go back to here and then update values. Oh yeah, I should have gone to shared material. Inspect, view texture. So this is probably one of the textures in the mega sprite sheet. That's called Night, I believe. It's a lot of hornets here. At least 3. Maybe unique sprites from a hornet is getting grabbed by Greyroot? Ooh, that's a good point. Okay, I need to write this down, because we have multiple things now. Okay. Greyroot, and then slap animation, and, oh, when you get cloak is also a unique animation. Oh yeah, the bell heart thing. Okay. Prison sequence. I think that would just be one of the crest ones, because there is a crest called Cloakless, so I imagine that one's already captured there. Needlein is almost certainly there. Oh yeah, maggots. We wanted to try that. Needlein. Yep, that's in the night sprite sheet. Oh, we're here. Okay, neat. What? Yeah, so this is just a color tint, or like a color overlay, it looks like. That's actually interesting that it's an overlay, because I kind of wanted to do an overlay as well, rather than a multiply tint for the ghosts. So it would actually be kind of useful to see what that overlay, where that's coming from. Let's see, Hornet. Sprite. Where's the color? There's a color, but that's set to white. Might be in the material, maybe? Or mesh colors, maybe? If it's like a vertex color thing. Nope, not vertex colors. Grabbed by the enemies in Sinner's Road and one in Bywater. That's a good point. Grabbed by... what are they called? Muck roaches? And the Bywater crabfish. That's what they're called now. Okay, we know that maggots is fine. Is there a strike through? Wow. Technology. Okay, grey roots. Do we really have to go through the whole quest to get that animation? Okay, I think Bellheart is probably an easy one to try. So then we just need to teleport. Where is Bellheart? I get, is that Greymore? Greymore Bell Shrine, that seems relevant. No. Hornet? I know you're stressed, stuck in the door, but I'm gonna get you out of here. Hold on. I don't know. Was Bellheart its own thing? Oh, it is. Okay. Belltown. Cool. Okay. So we do this. Oh yeah, Mount Fay freezing. Files for Silksong skins list a whole bunch of different collections. Ooh, that's good. Do you have a link to that list? Oh my god. Okay, something is probably extremely upset right now because there's no Hornet in the scene. I'm guessing there's a bunch of errors now in the console. Wait, no? Why is the game running at like extremely low frame rate right now? Excuse me? What's this mod gonna do? It's gonna record ghosts of previous runs through this game. Wait, it didn't do the Bellheart thing? Do I have to arrive here naturally? Maybe because I've been in like Act 2 in this save, and it just, there's some flag somewhere that's not. Preview file content, contents list them. Okay. Hornet Strung Up collection. Okay, that's relevant. Mite Trap. Why is the Sprint Master Companion included here? Or does the mod alter not just Hornet? Looks like the Wraith is actually included here as well. Okay, interesting. Let's actually... This is a really useful list, thank you. Let's look at the... Let's actually look through some of these. No, I should probably use Asset Studio for that. Yeah, why does it list Phantom? Is it because the like final parry animation contains... Although the question is like, is that sprite actually applied to Hornet, or is that sprite separate from Hornet? Let's just teleport to the Phantom fight. Let's see, how do we do that? What category is that in? Okay, the mist is here. Bilewater? Bilewater, Organ 01. That looks relevant. That might be the wrong one. Because I don't recognize this one. Isn't this like an... Or no, wait. Oh. It's like when you're... Oh yeah, this is correct. And this is the elevator. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Ugh. I have hair in my eye. Why is it not going away? Okay, wait, I feel like I would... I'm not comfortable doing this fight with just 4 masks. How do I cheat? Silk hearts, 3. Is there no middle ground between infinite health and 5 health? Oh wait, shards. Oh, that's shell shards, not mask shards. Oh, there's no way to just get mask shards. Okay. Or maybe there's some extra stuff here. Give mask shard. There's a give everything, but not give mask shard? Oh, give mask. Neat. Okay. I'm giving 2 masks. And what needle upgrade would I have here? This would be needle 1, I think. Where's the upgrade needle? Is increased needle damage, does that do the same thing as needle 1? Or does that, is that like a separate thing? It does, okay. I don't need to care about this just to try the actual thing that I need to try, but I do kind of want to play this boss fight and get some practice in, so... But I want to make sure that my state is similar to what I usually have when I get here. Okay, so this makes it needle 1. Where can I see the needle base? And then there's my debug text that's in the way. Okay, well, that's needle 1 probably. I wouldn't have this many masks, but I would have the fractured mask, so this is gonna be a proxy for that. Okay, let's see if we can do this. I should have made a save states. It's too late. Okay. I just have to win. Okay, it's really weird to not have the right music here. Maybe it's okay. Okay, that one did not trigger anything unique with the sprites. No. That missed, really. I don't have my flea brew. It's over. No! I need to learn how to parry the nukes. Because apparently you can parry those attacks, which is wild. Okay, health-wise, I'm not doing very well, actually. What? You bounced into me? Okay. Okay, rip. Alright, what was the scene? Organ 01. Left 1. Okay, I'm gonna do infinite health. And just try the final sprite. Okay, cheats, infinite HP. What's the difference between infinite HP and invincibility? I feel like those should be the same thing. Okay, increase needle damage. Wait, can you go beyond the normal amount of needle upgrades? With infinite HP, you can still get hit? As in, like... As in, you get the knockback and the effects of getting hit, but invincibility makes you not get hit at all? Is that the... Is that the difference? What? Extremely rude elevator. Oh my god, it's so hard to down dash in this game. Jesus. Why is it so finicky? Stop being so finicky. Or no, wait, that would be cheating. Or I guess I have infinite health, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Nice. Okay, so that wouldn't happen with infinite, or with invincibility, I guess. I'm still dodging. I don't even need to dodge because I don't take damage. How much health do you have? Oh, I need to try to parry the Big nukes. Oh, I did it! Holy shit. Can you like continuously parry those? Cause I only got one parry, and then I took damage. Okay, do it again. Do it again. Okay, do you have to face the center in order to parry those? Well. Okay, no unique sprites there. That sprite was all still just the knight sprite sheet. So I'm guessing if that's a separate sprite, it's probably like they hide Hornet in that sequence and then they just show the other sprites on top, I guess. Okay. Yeah, the music is very out of place because this is not the music that's supposed to be here. Okay. Well, I guess in terms of like a replay system, I don't think I have to like cover that part. Grandmother Silk grab. Yeah, I would guess that it's similar there, but can probably try. So is that cradle? Cradle 2, 3, 2? That's what happens. Same situation, Hornet gets hidden. Okay. Oh my god. There's no clip, right? No clip, no clip, no clip. Somewhere? Cheats? No clip? I can't even avoid contact damage when I'm no clipping and using every single cheat in the entire universe. I don't understand. It just keeps happening. Hold on. This doesn't work. No, no. Oh yeah, okay. I need to get grabbed. No. Do it again. Do that attack again. Just the same thing. Okay. So there should be some way to do picking in the scene. There's a nice way to do this, but I forget how to do it. Is it the mouse inspect? Silk boss. Okay, Silk boss, I presume, is just... No? Or wait, is it because time might be paused right now, actually. I don't know if I can toggle objects on and off and see those changes. Oh, wait, boss scene. Silk boss. This kind of seems like the whole boss arena, not just Grandmother Silk. If you turn on hitboxes, okay, let's see. I always forget where the hitbox thing is. Well, theoretically they should be visible now, but... oh, it's because it's paused. No, Hornet is actually there. Okay. Actually, let's just look at the Hornet sprite. Like, what is the Hornet sprite right now, in this very moment? So we got Hornet, and then sprite. Current sprite. Okay, this always throws me off. It's like the sprite collection. And then I do view texture. Oh, it's like showing me the first one in the collection? Is that it? But I want the current sprite. Idle 05? Okay. So... yeah. So this sprite is definitely not the one that we're actually seeing right now. So what's actually disabled here? So something has to be disabled because it's not showing. Oh, the mesh renderer is disabled. I see. Okay, so... we can probably just enable the mesh renderer. And then we're gonna have 2 Hornets, maybe? Yeah. Or... no, the game is very sad, probably. Wait, why did the... why would that lock up the game? Oh, maybe it's like a state machine that's like... that will only progress if it's actually managed to enable it, but I already enabled it. Oh no, this is a real boss fight. Okay, okay, there we go, I disabled it. You can do the thing now. Okay, I think I just broke the game with the most minor change I thought would be only visual. But okay, I guess I actually toggled one of the silk objects as well, which probably is the reason everything broke. Okay, well, I think the conclusion is that I can probably just like grab these and it's gonna be fine. I think, right? Like, I don't even know... like, as long as I have some kind of fallback where like, if there's a missing sprite collection, I'll just fall back to showing something instead of like crashing or whatever, right? I think that's the way to do it. I don't actually want to save because I have nothing to save. Okay. Alright. We're done with the dramatic music. Is the worst case just not a log entry? Yeah, yeah. It's not a super big deal. It was mostly like, I just wanted to see if there's a way to get like those sprites ahead of time. I do also want to see if the asset loader can find those. Okay, so what did that website... Yeah, here. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about these. If we can find these. Oh yeah, Crest Get collection. Actually, I guess we could just download this, right? Manual download, I guess? Well, that's okay. Did I download it or slow download? Okay. I don't want to have to. Okay, I guess I already had an account. Wow, start download free view template PDF. Extremely valid thing to click there. How about when jumping into the void for true ending? That's a good question. Yeah, because she's holding the flower there as well, right? Yeah. Okay, let me actually... I think I actually exported some kind of sprite sheet somewhere. Or did I not? I forget where I put it. Oh wait, it might be in here. Oh, I overwrote that file, that's why. Okay. So this is now UI. Okay. What scene is that? So that's Abyss? One of the Abyss scenes, I suppose? Okay. Last dive, I presume, is the scene that loads after you dive. So it's gotta be one of the Abyss before then. I don't know, Abyss 13? This is the shortcut, I think. Okay, this... By the way, did Team Cherry manually create the damage polygons for every single spike section? Like, these red regions here? Like, what? Did they actually manually place those? That's wild to me. Like, I feel like that should have been in, like, a prefab, and you place the spikes, and there's, like, multiple... It's just in the prefab. But like, they look tailor-made for every single situation I've seen so far. Which is super surprising to me. I don't know, this is really weird. Often manually overlaid, not prefabs. But then the spikes could be prefabs, right? Like, wouldn't that would still work, right? I mean, doing it this way is really good for performance because you don't have multiple polygon colliders, which is good, I guess. Which is pretty wild. And it seems very error prone. Like it's gonna be easy to like forget to place them somewhere, which I guess actually did happen in the first Hollow Knight. Or it was like on the wrong layer or something in Queen's Gardens. I don't know, it's just pretty wild. It all looks like hand placed. Maybe there isn't that much place where they can use prefab spikes. I don't know. I feel like it should work. Like just having a collider for every type of spike you have. Probably made an automatic way. It could be like an automatic thing, yeah. I think blue hitboxes is like destructible environment stuff. So like breakable walls would probably be part of that. Oh, okay. Okay, I don't actually know the way. How do I get to the... Okay, I'm here. Good. Oh, I guess I got to test that as well, which doesn't have... That did not have unique sprites. I think it was automatic if it wasn't for the weird semi-random shapes on the underside. Yeah, that's... I feel like it doesn't look automatic. Okay, major spoilers, by the way. If you haven't finished this game, don't watch. Okay, we have multiple overlapping music, which is illegal. There we go. How's Half-Edge doing? I haven't really worked on it since last stream, I think. So the state it was in by then. Okay, but now it's gonna be like the... Yeah, the actual dive is in Act 3, right? So... Haven't worked on Half-Edge since last year. Yeah, lazy developer. Okay, what's the easiest way to get back here, but in Act 3 mode? Is there like is there a toggle Act 3? Yeah, it's showing the colliders. That's the thing that's being drawn on top. Toggle Act 3. Okay, there we go. We are now in Act 3 world. So if I go here... No? No? Okay. Can you give yourself flour? Oh, that's true. Okay. It actually doesn't look like... I'm not finding any quest-related things. It's like give. There's a give all. Does that give me anything? You know? Okay, how would I get it? Is it like, do I teleport to red memory? I guess? I just know that that's the name of the song. I don't know if the scenes are called that. Cause that's gotta be a level, right? Or maybe not. Because it doesn't look like it's part of the abyss. Or wait, where do you trigger that? It's through the shamans, right? So is it part of like Bone Bottom? It is. Cool. Maybe last time or last every turn has a flower already, but that's after you jump in. Oh my god, we just got the perfect scene. This is the one. Canonically, you know?
Yanara. Fadastana.
This was such a pretty sequence. Like this whole sequence with the memories and everything was so good. Especially with the music being like the White Palace music. So good. I cried in my first playthrough. And I love it when games do that. That's a good thing. Oh, did we actually get teleported back? Or do I have multiple levels loaded right now? No, okay, this is the section afterwards. Those were actually also not unique sprites. Okay. Then we're going back to the abyss. Don't remember which one. Deeply incorrect. Shit. Oh. Oh yeah, those are not pogoable, and I'm invincible. I love how the ledge grabs and everything still get triggered, even if you're no clipping. I'm so bad at remembering the layouts. I feel like it should be below here. Or no, okay, so it's a separate scene maybe? Is this it? Or is this the one? Where is it? I don't know my way around here. Okay, this is probably it. Abyss 12 is the bench scene. Abyss 5 is this one. Oh my god, did I just trigger the cutscene, but I'm floating, so it's not... Okay, there we go. We did it. Got the flower. Still the Night Collection. Although, it is just showing the idle animations, so this is a separate sprite sheet right now. So I think this is probably a just an entirely different scene where the player character is just disabled and not visible. Imagine it's an MP4. I don't actually know because you can actually control Hornet in the start of that animation. You actually have, like, when you see Hornet floating down, you can actually steer Hornet left and right. So definitely not an MP4. Okay. Well, I think we went way too deep into this than we had to. Because I can just use a temp solution and not have it be perfect. For now. I guess with the replay system, I can just crowdsource any missing sprite sheets. In the way of, like, if I detect that Hornet is using a sprite that I haven't logged in my replay data dictionary, then I'll just add it to the replay file. And then if someone notices of, like, hey, this section seems to be missing sprites, then I will know what I need to add. So it is not available on GitHub yet. But it will be whenever I'm almost done. Okay. So why did we do all this? We wanted to know which ones of these are actually used and if there are anything other than these. But I guess it looks like the only ones that are consistently used for Hornet's own sprite is probably these. I think everything else is like additional effects on top. That's my guess. So I think what I want to do is basically make the loader just grab these and then kind of ignore the rest, because I don't think the rest is actually, like, I think the slash one, I think that's for the separate sprites. Let's see if we can find. So night. Oh, okay, yeah, just start searching. An incredibly expensive search. When I was not finished typing. Come on, come on. Can I wanted to type some words, please. Turn on the music again while we're at it. Wow, we can see everything now. Okay, it's probably worth it to type it somewhere else and then just paste it. Night. I cannot spell. night/CLN. Okay, and then we paste it and search. How about use a last sprite tint in red when the sprite is missing? Yeah. Something like that. Or like the closest match. I can check the player state of like, are you on the ground? Are you hovering in the air? And then just kind of use a generic Hornet mid-air sprite or something. This is what I would expect. So yeah, this is the night/collection. So I think this is just your slash attacks. Which, it would be good to also show those, I think, in the replay data. But I think that's kind of a separate thing I can do later. But right now, I'm just showing Hornet's own sprite. Fallback is Sherma crying sprite. Well, I think the problem with that is that people are gonna like it when they see Sherma, and then fixing the missing stuff, I'm gonna have to remove Sherma, and that doesn't feel good. It's probably better to like put Groll there or something. Okay, so what else do we have? We have, these are the crests. There's tools CLN. Okay, so what is that? Does not have any Hornet sprites. Are spoilers over? Apart from, I mean, the soundtrack, yes. Oh, wait, Tools CLN is actually... This actually looks really important to include. Can I... export? Export? Texture? Okay, so the weird thing... Okay, is the... I feel like is the scuttle brace here? I mean, this is a rosary cannon, right? Why did the rosary cannon not show up as being in a different sprite sheet? Maybe it's in both, actually? Flower holding sprite isn't there? I don't think so. This is the tools one, so it's probably just tool usage. At least, nominally. Okay, so this was tools CLN. Oh, okay, we just mess up rendering. So let me just rename this, because otherwise it's going to overwrite the same file. And let's cut that out and put it here, so we merge the folders. Okay, so what was the main one called? Night. Come on. Okay. Night data, Atlas 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I just had a brain blast. What if we just... What if everything under the collections folder, what if that just is every single sprite sheet? Because if that's the case, we can probably index and load all of them. Well, we wouldn't even have to load them. We can load them on demand. Because they all kind of follow the same... They're all under collections, and they're all called Atlas 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. And it kind of looks like the... Yeah, this is the slash one we saw earlier. Okay, can we search by container? So if I do assets slash collections slash nothing. Does that actually... Does it search by container or just the object name? I know it can't be just the object name. Okay, it's searching. It's just thinking real hard. Is that good? As in, is it good to load all the sprite sheets? Probably not that good, but that's okay. Depends on how many there are. Okay, we're gonna filter by sprite? Sprite? Okay. We might actually have... This is every single atlas? Right. This would include a ton of environment art as well. That would not be good to load. We definitely do not need to do that. This is Hollow Knight 1 Hornet, which we don't need to load. Or at least I think so, right? Like this slash, isn't that from Hornet as a boss fight in Hollow Knight 1? Oh yeah, and all the enemies, yeah. Okay, but every atlas that starts with the word Hornet and isn't this one. Maybe that's all... Oh wait, Hornet enemies. No, okay. That would include all the enemies. Night Slash, that's the one we saw earlier. New window? Why would Hollow Knight 1's data be in Hollow Knight 2? Did Team Cherry never clean up the OG stuff? I would imagine that they cleaned up some of it, but they probably just like branched off of the same project. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so there's a ton of sprites for literally everything in the entire game here. But it's honestly not that many. you know? So can I confirm that the cutscenes are indeed MP4s? Yeah, I would imagine that, at least for the Abyss part, the first section is not a cutscene, but then the second section is. Okay. So... wait. Oh, I think I just realized that the past 3 hours have been a complete waste of time. Right? Because as long as I have the name of the specific sprite sheet, I can just save the name of the sprite sheet in the replay file and then refer to that, and then if I have a sprite, it's called sprite now. Set sprite. Or no, wait, that's the problem. Right. Okay, now I remember. That's the problem. The problem is that I don't have a way to go from a string of the name of a collection to a collection. That's the whole problem. Okay. Right. But then... okay, yeah, so it wasn't a waste of time. So I'm kind of curious then. So if I... let's see, what's the other asset loader thing? This one, I think? You're lacking the collection struct object type. I have the type. I just need a reference to the actual asset. Because I'll have the names of them, but I don't know how to go from collection name to collection. Because, like, there seems to be some kind of dictionary structure in sprite collection data has some kind of init dictionary, but like, what does it actually initialize? It's a dictionary from name to sprite index. I just feel like there should be a static way to get a sprite collection by name. That's the only thing I need. And then everything's gonna be super easy. But now it's kind of like... I have to refer to them ahead of time. Oh wait, hold on. Load resource by GUID? Sprite collection data, GUID? Sprite collection platform GUIDs? Wait, but that's... wait, that's not... oh, that's probably individual sprites, not... or is it? Okay, but this method is interesting though. Okay, load resource by GUID. What does this do? Oh, resources.load. Okay. Well, that's kind of wonky. Did they actually just resource load? Okay, let's see. So what asset bundle might contain sprite sheets, animations assets? Okay, it's probably the bigger files. So what are the bigger files here? Shared? That sounds very relevant. Okay, let's open that. Okay, so what are they called? It's like .cln. Is there a search? Is this search? Oh, I can't type in here. Okay. Search by name. CLN. Well, it's not called exactly CLN. I'm just curious, you know, does it? Okay, animations. That's animation controllers. It was not case sensitive, it looks like. Oh, it does actually have types. So is there a type tree? Type tree? Do I want a type tree? Texture? Well, I want to see the filter. Perfect. Okay, we don't care about those things. Cool. Reaper Hero Halo. View data? No? Is it possible to view export dump? Does that mean export image? That exports a text file. Export raw? Oh, okay, no. So you're liking the index map to the actual sprite's paths? Yeah. Well, yes. Okay, well, it's probably not in this file then, so let's just open another one. Import all? Wait, can you import? Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's so much though. Okay, I'm gonna see if there's something else there. Data assets. What's in here? Timers, damage tags, tools, crest items, quest system. Okay, probably not data assets. Atlases? This sounds very relevant. Oh shit, wait, is this all of the atlases? Oh my god, are they just their own asset bundles? Or wait. Hornet Super Jump Silk. But that was part of the standard atlas. Okay. I don't know if what these names are. I'm kind of just guessing right now. FSM templates, fonts. Hero collections. Oh, wait. Hero collections. This is looking very relevant. Because here we got the crest. Architect, Beast, Cloakless, Reaper, Shaman, Wanderer, Witch, Shared, Tools. Cool. Okay, so if I open this one, is this asset serialized? I think so. It's a file, right? Okay, then we filter. Really? Was that the one we already opened? Add. No. Okay. Okay, let's do hero. Hero collections. I just expected the standard set to be in shared. Okay, let's just load one of the crests. So, okay, Beast Crest. Hydrate, that's a good idea. UABEA next is better. I saw that there was gonna be a thing like that, but it wasn't clear to me whether that was available or functional yet, or if it was a work in progress. But does it work with Silksong? Okay, I feel like it's just showing me the same file over and over again. Am I... Oh wait, it's unable to open those? Import all. You know what? There we go. Boom. Oh boy, okay. This made this list almost unusable. Yeah, it looks like it adds it to the list. Oh, good lord. Okay, so these are area-related stuff. Assets UI. Materials, assets shared. Yeah, I think the info button is the one that it's set to, and when you add something to the list, it doesn't switch to that thing. Okay, it's not sound effects, so we can skip over all of that. Textures, okay. Textures. Okay, area, so skip over textures area. Textures, assets, shared? Silk shared? Oh. Well, I wonder if all the pink ones are unopenable. But then that's like almost all of them in that case. Okay. maybe maybe I'll just not solve this problem right now. So I can actually make a replay system. Because the very first thing I mentioned in the stream that I had to do next for the replay system, we didn't even get to that thing. Okay, so I guess we'll just set up the replay data, because right now I have a segment recorder that records a thing I call a recorded path segment. So path segment is just the path segment is the path in a specific room, but it's not an entire replay across whatever room you might move across, right? And so the recording itself should contain multiple of these segments. So what do we call it? It's like recording data, probably. So this would contain a list of recorded segments. Why is this sad? Oh, because I don't have a dispose implemented. Okay, so right, I'm using a native list here for the positions. It would feel awkward to have like every path segment containing their own native list. Because I kind of want the native list stuff to be the last thing in the file, so that I can do like, so that the first part of the file is just JSON, and then like a JSON string, and then the actual expensive mass amounts of data is binary. So it's like I make the first part of the file in string, and then the rest is JSON, or binary. So I think it's probably better to have this be a single list of positions, or data points, I guess. It's not just positions, it's also the sprite and all of that stuff. Probably need a better name than this. Or wait, I shouldn't do that there. And then every path segment, I guess, has a reference to the recording. And then it also has an integer for where in the list this segment starts. I think that's the way to do it. Segment start index, and then I guess segment frame count. Let's call it frame start index. I'm gonna use some .NET automatic serialize this class. I might use it for the JSON part. Yeah. Never thought that there's a link between in-memory data and class declaration. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Okay, so I guess frame count in here is something that, oh yeah, because it could be that it's still recording. Because I'm going to be using this data while I'm recording a replay as well. So asking for frame count is like the current amount of frames. So frame count in this case would, you know what, I'll just have a frame count on the whole recording data itself. And then I'll do recording.frame count minus start index, I think. Then that's the number of frames in this Or no, wait. If it's still recording. No, this is different depending on if it's recording or not. No, I guess I would just return the segment frame counts. Right? In which case I shouldn't have a property for that. Okay, this is a little sketch. I'll try to figure out how to do that down the line. I think you just mentioned about wanting the first part to be JSON and then binary data while making your class. Oh, yeah. So that's specifically for serialization to a file. So serialization is going to be kind of a separate way to store the whole thing. There are ways to like annotate your fields. Like you can use the JSON serializer to like tell it to serialize stuff in specific ways. The same thing goes for like native list. Like sometimes you need a special serialization process for this. So like you can use iSerialization callback receiver, and then you have callbacks for like serialization if you want to do like special serialization behavior. So like there's a bunch of things you can do with serialization if you want to do the custom stuff, but I'm probably going to do like a pretty like either do it manually or use a JSON utility. But yeah, so basically this is the mass amounts of data. And this is going to be simple, small amounts of data. So this part, I'm probably going to serialize in binary, but this part, I could probably do that in JSON. And it wouldn't take up that much space. Okay. So... oh my god. I just poured a cup of tea out onto the floor. I will be right back. Hold on. Oh my god, the question is, do I end the stream or do I just leave it on pause? Okay, I'll be right back. It's gonna take a while. Hold on. I'm gonna go to my waiting room. Okay. The goop needs to sit for a maximum of 5 minutes, I think. So, do we have a timer? In terms of drink spilling, I think red wine is the worst. Is it the worst? So like, okay, so the reason I got a wet vac in the first place is because I have a staggering amount of cats, and everybody around me told me that getting a carpet when you have cats is the worst idea in the universe. But I will tell you, cleaning up like cat vomit and cleaning up even literal cat poop, if that gets stuck in your carpet, is way easier than tea. Tea is the worst. I haven't had anything worse than tea on this carpet. And so like, even if a cat has like thrown up overnight and it's like dried into the carpet, it's fine. It's like super easy to clean that up. For some reason, that's just totally fine. But tea, no, tea is the worst. The like, somehow it just like sets itself, it just gets stuck. Oh my god. Okay. Yep, so I guess we're just gonna wait for a little bit. I really wanted my tea as well. Like, I just like very carefully swiped it slowly and I just saw it fall. And I was like, I just saw the future flash by my eyes of me being on the floor, having to clean this either on or off stream. And here we are. Someone also at one point said that like if you spill soy sauce, that might be worse than tea. And I'm kind of curious about that as well. Where like soy sauce, I feel like has such a strong coloration in food. Like even if you have a tiny bit of soy sauce, it just like spreads all over. And I wonder if there's a similar situation on carpets if you spill soy sauce there, if it's gonna be... I usually don't have a mug full of soy sauce. But maybe one day. Oh my god. Like of all the things I could knock to the floor, like if I were to spill my energy drink, that would be so much more fine. I don't even have sugar in my energy drink, so like that would be so easy to clean up. It's like transparent. But tea is like the literal worst case. You know what? Okay, you know, here's how about this? Okay, can you imagine? So like this is my desk. Here's my teaspoon. See, tea stains just get everywhere and then they never disappear, right? Okay, what if I like 3D printed? Oh my god, it's still wet. What if I 3D printed like a water catcher track that I could like attach around the edge of my desk? That would just like funnel it into like a little container. Because like usually what happens is that like I'm sitting here and then the mug, in this case the mug was behind the microphone, so I didn't actually see the mug. So I just like swiped my arm, tipped over the mug, and then it like runs over the edge of the desk. That's like almost always what happens. And so like if I had a tea catcher, wouldn't that be neat? If I just like, made a tea catcher with my 3D printer. That's what 3D printers are for, right? Like a rain gutter? Exactly. Yeah, a tea gutter. I don't think that carving the existing desk is a good idea, especially because it's an IKEA desk, so it probably contains, like, not wood. So, like, if I drill through this, it's probably going to contain, like, wood chips or something rather than a solid piece of wood. Yeah, at least this time, it didn't, like, hit the computer, which last time I actually did pour tea into my computer, so it wasn't that bad about the technology this time. This time it was just the carpet and not both the computer and the carpet. But I'm actually kind of surprised at how well everything so far has cleaned up. Because, like, the thing is, I live in Sweden, okay? Nobody in Sweden, unless they live in the 70s, nobody in Sweden has a carpet. Like, that's seen as like a thing you had in 70s apartments. Like, you don't have carpet anymore. That's like the wrong aesthetic for the current times. Which is very different from, I don't know, I don't live in the UK or the US, but I think carpet is, like, way more common in both of those countries. But I'm like, there's gotta be people who have carpet who also have cats and spill stuff. There has to be a way to clean it up. But, like, everywhere I went, like, when I bought the carpet, when I talked to my family, like, everybody in every single corner that I talked to, they were all like, oh no, you can't have carpet and cats at the same time. And I was like, that can't be true. There has to be a way to clean carpets. And I was asking the people in the carpet shop, I was like, okay, can I just use a wet vac? And people were like, I mean, it might work okay, but I mean, it's a bright carpet. So I don't know. They were, like, looking at me as if they're like, they still want me to get the carpet, but they wouldn't recommend it, but they don't want to say that to me. Like, I got that impression. But so like in the carpet store, they were explicitly telling me that, like, okay, I think, like, if a cat throws up on that carpet and it's gonna sit there overnight, it's gonna be, because it's acidic, it's gonna settle in a way that's not gonna be, you're not gonna be able to remove it. But I was actually able to. And so I'm like, the technology exists. It is possible. You just need a wet vac, right? And you need to, I guess, get it relatively quickly. And it needs to not be tea and apparently wine. I haven't spilled the wine yet, so I don't know about that. Okay. Pet urine will not evaporate. But, like, what remains? And the thing that remains, does that smell? Because, like, what if you just clean it with cleaning supplies and a wet vac? Like, what happens? Many things are time dependent? Yeah. Although I got the impression that, like, tea is, like, it sets in real fast. Like, I was pretty quick this time. I think it was sitting there for maybe, I don't know, a minute at most? Okay, anyway, it's time for phase 2. Yes, we're watching tea dry, but I just put a bunch of cleaning stuff on that. And so I need to do phase 2 of actually vacuuming it up. So, and then after that, I can continue. So, 'cause that's gonna be my first pass. I think it's been 5 minutes now since my 5-minute thing. So, okay. Maybe I can get y'all a better angle. Let me try. Let me see if that's possible. There we go. Now the cable isn't actually in the way. Okay. I'm gonna turn off the microphone because this thing is horribly loud and I don't want to make you suffer. Okay, last cleaning bit. I will be right back. Oh my god, okay. Whew, I'm sweaty now. I like showered before stream and everything, and I immediately cancelled out my shower by being sweaty, having to clean up all of this. No, I just spilled tea. This was just tea, but you know what? Tea is significantly worse than a cat vomiting or even pooping on your carpet. Tea is worse. I would rather have the entire carpet full of cat poop than to have tea spilled in a small corner. Okay, but I think I'm done with the first pass clean, and I'll maybe do another one tomorrow. So I'm just gonna set up this fan to help it dry out faster. And yeah, so a wet vac, it doesn't always add water, I think, but I think most of them do let you add water. So there's basically a, can I? Okay, where's my camera? Is this even gonna show on stream? It's hard to see because it's dark under my desk, but this is the container where that's all the liquid it's like slurped up. And oh my god, salad's jumping. This is the thing salad does every time. Salad? Do not. Yeah, do not. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, so this is the liquid you vacuum up. This is the liquid you can add to the vacuum. So basically the hose itself now full of gunk. So like this thing has a trigger. So this trigger basically makes it eject the cleaning fluid they usually put in this tank, or just water. So you can add cleaning fluid or water to this. So it gets sprayed out of the nozzle here, and then it gets vacuumed up through here. Yeah, that's how this wet vac works anyways. I don't know how most of them work, but I am not an expert. I should have gotten Bissell to sponsor this stream, but unfortunately I didn't think ahead. So, oh my god. Okay, just gonna remove this wet vac. I was like finally making progress on the replay system, and then the moment I make progress, the world is like, you know what? Here's some tea on your carpet. Oh, okay, I need to angle this fan somehow. Because this fan, you can't tilt it down really. It's kind of like, you can only tilt it upwards, but not down. I don't know if I have something I can rest it on. Okay, can I do that maybe? That's probably okay. Or maybe the cat tree actually. There we go, extremely professional setup. My cats have never peed on the carpet, no. Okay. Can we return to normalcy now? Okay. I think the carpet made it out okay for the most part. Let me... How's this? Mostly okay, I think. It's a little hard to tell when it's still wet, but... yeah, it looks a little, like, stainy here. But I don't know if it's just the fibers in a specific direction. Okay, well. Welcome back. What was I doing? I need a chair. I would like to sit in my chair rather than on the floor. This is not the most comfortable spot. Let me just get this thing away. Okay. Oh my god. Now there's only the bravest viewers that are left in this stream. This was actually the secret filter. This was the loyalty test, you know? Those of you who are still here, you're in the in-group now. How is my desk still wet? It was actually oddly calming. Good. You just joined? You joined just for the wetback session. Okay. What was I doing? Starting to understand what people see playing Power Wash Simulator. Okay. Okay, what was even happening? Recording data. Oh yeah, okay, so this was the actual data for the whole replay. Do I call it recording data or replay data? I feel like replay data is maybe better. Replay data. Yeah, I don't know how C# works anymore. Okay, so guess I'll keep it here for now. So what do I put here? So the path segments will contain the scene because segments are scene specific. So let's actually add some useful comments for future me. Yes, I use Bepinex and I use a writer to decompile and Harmony for injecting code into Silksong source code. Okay. So one thing that I'm not entirely sure how to do here is stuff like, what do speedrunners call it? It's real time, which is RTA, right? And then there's IGT for in-game time. But isn't there like a load remove time? Is that LRT? Is that like is that a separate thing, or is load removed usually considered to be the same as in-game time? What's the terminology here? If there's any real speedrunners in chat. Why do you want to make a replay mod? Oh, because I wanted to try it out, because it seems fun. Don't you have here a problem with two classes having a mutual reference of each other? No, because they're just pointers, right? It's not like it's going to serialize the values in an infinite loop. Is there some game property you can get an IGT from? I would guess so, but I actually don't... I'm not going to do that because it's not going to be useful. So the... Isn't loading screens the only thing that differentiates IGT and RTA? So the thing is, like, I think speedrunners generally use real time, but then remove loads, which is different from in-game time because, like, I don't know, I think in-game time in Silksong pauses when you open the menu, like your inventory and the pause menu. But for speedruns, you don't want to pause the time when you are in the inventory or when you exit to the main menu even, because that's also a strategy they use. Like if you want to teleport to the last bench, you need to quit the game to the main menu and then load the save again. And that time needs to be counted, right? So I feel like IGT probably refers to the in-game time that Silksong counts, which is different from the load removed real time, which is also different from real time. But I don't know the terminology for load remove time. Maybe I'll just be very explicit about it. Because I feel like I need to... I need to save both of these, I think. I think IGT is used when a game has its own built-in timekeeping utility. It sort of does, like it shows you the playtime, so I'm guessing that would be IGT. But what's extra confusing is that, like, I think if you used live split for speedrun splits, then the thing that says in-game time there actually refers to the load removed time using the custom Silksong auto splitter, I think. Yeah. So there's overlap here, which makes it kind of confusing. I guess I'll just use my own words to make it very explicit. Because I think for every segment of the replay, I think I want to save both the... Let's see. So every time you enter a scene, I think I would want to save... Or actually... yes, this will be a VOD on my YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel and then the live tab, it's gonna be under there. Because I am also recording the time per replay data point. So it's kind of a question of, like, what is the reference time I should be using here? Like, should that reference time be something that you select before you record the replay? Or should I serialize both time versions there? It would be nice to just store one of them. Like always storing the load remove time, I think, is much nicer. I think. Because that's what speedrunners are going to use anyway. And it's the useful time. Pretty much. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna store a single time value. It is kind of destructive in a way, because you can't recover it afterwards, but you could store the loads and replay data. Yeah. I guess I could. You would stop recording any frames during screen loading, right? Yes, that's the idea. The problem right now, though, is that it's... when you pause the game, it actually stops recording frames, but... oh god, how would that look? If you're in the middle of a jump and you pause the game mid-air for like a second and then you unpause, the way the replay is gonna look there is gonna be as if Hornet is jumping and then suddenly Hornet's gonna move extremely slowly while you're technically paused until she goes to like the next frame, and then she's gonna continue like normal. So she's not actually going to be static, which is a little bit funky, but maybe that's okay. It'll also look kind of funny, and that's a plus. There's a similar thing that'll happen with freeze frames, as well as slow motion. Because during slow motion, the real-time interval between these saved data points is going to be increasing by the slow motion factor. Because I'm recording frames in the physics timer, the fixed update loop. And fixed update slows down compared to real time when timescale changes, which they do for both freeze frames and slow motion. And yes, I'm interpolating. Okay, so what do we want for replay data? Is there anything we need to move over? So we've got scene name. Scene size was kind of an optimization thing I was considering a while back, but it's not really required anymore. So start time. What do I mean by start time? I guess I will do... Actually, here's a question for speedrunners, if there's any left in chat. Or specifically Silksong speedrunners. Is there any moment in Silksong where there's a load remove without unloading the scene? Like, is it possible to get a load remove in the speedrunning timer for the auto splitter without changing scene? Or is it always tied to changing a scene? I guess I can probably maybe deduce it from the code. Because this function is ported from Alex's original code, this one. So this is a load removal logic in the Silksong autosplitter. So I ported that one to here, and I guess I can try to just parse it. Maybe, if I understand what's going on. So time is paused if these conditions are met. What if all speedrunners left during the cleaning speedrun? Maybe they did, yeah. I don't know when UI state is set to playing versus not. I think one thing that makes this a little bit extra complicated is that there's a... If you're doing glitched speedruns of Silksong, where any glitches are allowed, there's a thing you do where you duplicate scenes, and you kind of load multiple scenes at the same time, which is deeply cursed. And I think this timer takes that into account, which I think might be responsible for most of the complexity in the load remover. Come on, Ryder. You can do this. Switch new state. Playing. Disable screens. Oh, it's disabling screens on a lot of these. Let's disable screens too. That disables the pause menu and the achievements pop-up. Loading cutscene playing. Engagement state. What are engagement states? Platform? Okay. So UI state, I guess, is you are in the pause menu, I guess? Or you're playing. It kind of says that playing and cutscene and loading have the same, like, action here, but they're handled differently in the load remover. Yeah, so if UI state is not playing and game state is either playing or entering level, then it should pause. I feel like this would be enough of a condition on its own, but it's probably related to the glitched runs. Or maybe this room dupe is the flag for that, or maybe that's like a state for are you actually... I don't even know if I'm setting that variable right now. Or no, I am. I think it's in here, yeah. I wonder if this is the actual thing that triggers the room duplication, and that's why it's set to true. So if the game is loading, and the previous one is cutscene, but the current scene is opening sequence. Is that the moment you trigger room duplication? I forget how to trigger that. Well, it's probably fine. So I think what I would want to do is to just make sure that my like load removed ported code actually works. I think that would be a good start. So I made this type called Silksong timer, which should work similarly to the load removed one that speedrunners use. So I think I can just create an instance and then start it, and then I can just print the value. Let's see. Maybe I'll put that in the recorder. And I'm gonna hack it into here for now. Okay, timer.start. And then I need to display that somewhere. Is there... What's a moment where you can see the load being removed? When the game still renders? Or is it always like not rendering when loads are removed? Actually, no, hold on. I know of a better way of doing this. I'm just gonna do... Let's see. Silksong events. On start new game. We're gonna subscribe to that. And then we're gonna start the timer at that exact moment. Alright, and then... Because I believe this event should fire at the same time that the actual speedrun timer starts. So... We can probably just like open the speedrun timer and then compare them side by side. Like, do they read the same time or not? That's a very simple way to see if it works. So we got the timer there. Subscribe, unsubscribe. Now we just need the UI to show it. Yeah, I can easily display it. Although I guess I'm halfway through refactoring my stuff right now. Okay, so let's see. I guess I should move that one. Maybe? Where's my replay data? Segment recorder. This is the one. Where's my sample? Where's my sample frame? Oh, it's not in the recorder. Do I just not have that open? Segment. Recorded path segment. Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just close all of that. Okay, total duration. Okay, so that would be replay dot. Oh wait, hold on. I could just use a native slice here, right? Yeah. Yeah. Then I don't need to deal with these two. That's gonna be so much nicer. So if the slice has 0 data, or no, actually, if it's less than or equal to 1 frame, because 1 frame has no duration. I think that's the way I'm going to interpret this. You need at least 2 frames, and then you get the segment between those 2 frames. So you need at least 2 frames for something to have a duration. So we just do 0 if it's less than or equal to 1. So rather than points to the source position data, you could say has a slice of the source position data. This is actually a pointer. So native slice is a pointer to the data in the native list. Although, actually, can I use native slice when the native list expands? Ooh, I actually don't know, because the native list is gonna like change size, which means it's probably gonna reallocate and change location. And so I don't know if the native slices are actually going to follow along for that. Hopefully they would. Unless there's like a separate native list slice. Native slice. Okay. So I think the slice is really just a, it's a pointer and then an index and then a length. So it's just a struct that contains these things, pretty much. So it's a pointer to this data right here. So the data is still only serialized and stored here in memory. Okay, so we got scene name, start time. Do we really need start time? Start time is just going to be the first frame's time, right? So we don't technically need start time, actually. So frame count is just going to be slice dot length. Okay, so let's see. This gets the last element. Ooh, okay, so total duration is actually a little bit different now because the time at the last entry is actually not the way to do this. So it's going to be the last time minus the first time in the slice. It feels weird that native list is necessarily a contiguous collection. You think so? I think it's kind of nice because then it makes you feel more comfortable knowing that it's about as performant as a regular array if you're not like changing size all the time. Because I don't like fixed length arrays. They make me uncomfortable. List is more often linked list in my mind. Oh yeah, this is not a linked list. Okay. Got the duration, get frame. Okay, so here's where I need to be careful about. I need to be mindful of like what spaces I'm working with here. Like, is this index relative to this segment, or is this index relative to the world? I feel like this should be the local frame index. And wrapping, I'm never ever going to use wrapping in segments. So wrapping I might want to use for the whole replay in and of itself. So I'm going to move that over here. I will still want a get frame though. So I feel like this should just be the local frame ID. Okay, the wrapping, not going to be a thing here. Yeah, this is already treating it as if it's local. Or I guess local and world was the same before, so... I guess it's just grabbing data from the slice. I should rename this. Frame local? Or no, frame index local. No, you know what? Frame. Look at that. We're gonna add some comments. Okay, get frame before or at time. Okay, relative time. Relative to what? What is the ID you want to say with the public highlights? Probably that it doesn't have to be public. Like, I'm not accessing this variable outside of this file, so it's probably asking to make it private. So get frame before or at time. You know what? This is just a function that kind of... I just feel like this should live outside of here. This should just go into the parent replay data, I think. So we're gonna have a total duration here as well. I don't like how this is called positions. I need a better name for this. This is like the data points. So it's position, sprite, and time. So it's not just positions. But I feel like data is like the least useful word for a variable. Wait, what? Can I not? Oh, okay. Keyframes? Yeah. You know what? Frames is a better word. We're just gonna call them frames. Or frame... No, just frames, actually. I feel like keyframes can have a slightly different meaning if I start doing compression on this. Because then keyframes usually means the frames that contain a lot more data used for synchronization. And then there's frames in between those that have like less data than that. Like video encoders have that a lot. Okay, so... believe this is correct so far. Okay, so sample frame linear. How much of this should I move out to the parent type? I also need to figure out a good... Like, do I store time relative to the start of the replay, or do I store absolute time? It would be nice to read time directly from LiveSplit, but that seems complicated. I think ideally it would just be replay relative. Can you show project setup for modding? Project setup for modding. So I'm using Bepinex for mod loading, and then the C# code I'm writing here compiles to a DLL, and then Bepinex loads that DLL. So Bepinex is a mod loader, and yeah, I just load the mod using that. For the CS proj? I don't know what's in there. I don't even know how to get there. It's probably got a bunch of stuff. Properties? Do you have some kind of API for mods? Just a Bepinex code. Oh, file system? This thing? I mean, there's quite a lot in here, so I don't know specifically what you wanna see, but so the game has a bunch of DLLs in the folder, so I'm referencing the DLLs that's in the game itself, which is handy because then I can go to those assemblies and decompile them and all that. You can use latest for lang version. That seems scary. I had so many things break before I could get this working, so I'm terrified of changing things. But it's already working, so I don't really need to change anything right now. Yeah, I don't think there's really like a special API for mods apart from the mod loader itself. There's like Silksong doesn't have any like official mod loading behavior or anything. Okay, so sample frame linear. I don't really need to be aware of specific path segments, but the quirk here is that it's possible that you're trying to view a replay frame where you are actually in a different scene than the replay you're trying to view. And so that rejection actually has to happen now. Because previously, I just ignored that completely. So I think I'm just gonna move this. Oh yeah, I need to make sure I get the dispose pattern later as well. I don't know what's in the accessibility DLL. Oh wait, was that not a Team Cherry thing? Because it could be that it's just Unity's DLL. Was it system.accessibility? Well, Unity has an accessibility module. And then system dot... There's no system dot accessibility here at least, but I don't know. Oh wait, here's one. I have no clue. Accessibility keyword shortcut. I don't know. I don't even know if this is Silksong specific. This might just be some C# thing. I am not entirely sure. Because it looks like it's got documentation loaded here. Over the component object model. I wonder if this is for like UI stuff, for like, I don't know, if you're making tooltips. Yeah, this is from the .NET framework, so this is not Silksong specific. Okay. So let's see, we got scene name and, oh right, so now that I do the sample frame thing, I need to be able to reject that sampling. I guess I will do... I guess I'll just turn it into like a try sample function. So bool try sample frame linear. And then we're gonna pass in the relative time, but we're also gonna pass in the current scene. Or no, player scene. So the scene that the player is in. Or actually, hero scene, because player can get mixed up with replay player, which isn't great. And then out. Raw frame data, frame. Or this is the interpolated frame. Okay. So the string here is just for like validation purposes. So how would I... Oh wait, YouTube is cropped incorrectly? Oh yeah. Why is it wonky? What? Excuse me? Or I mean, not YouTube. That's just some random text on screen. Nobody's quite sure what that text is. For TOS reasons. Okay. So we are gonna sample that. So basically, I think it's probably better to... There's kind of a natural subdivision here where instead of like iterating through every single frame to see which timestamp is in a specific frame, I can like quickly jump over the scenes first, which is kind of like a one layer, like not a binary search. It's like a tree structure. So like we're first gonna check the interval of every single scene that's in the replay, and then I can get the specific frame in that. Oh god, thank you so much for the raid, Hypnotic Games. Hope you had a good time. I'm not sure what you were doing, but hello, welcome. I am working on a mod for Silksong that it's gonna record replays. It's kind of like you get ghosts in the game, kind of like you get in racing games. So you can record a run and then race against yourself, or you can download other people's replays, assuming anyone but you is using this, and try to race against other ghosts. That's the idea with this mod. So I'm currently working on it, and yeah, currently setting up the replay data stuff where I do have it set up so that it's working in Silksong, but it's only recording the it's only recording in the current scene. So it's not actually like recording across multiple scenes. So that's something that I'm working on right now, just to make sure that I have the cross-scene data working. How difficult is modding? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's relatively easy if you know Unity and C# already. Then you need to get the Bepinex mod loader, and then you need to set up a C# project so you can build to a DLL, and then Bepinex is going to handle the loading for you. And if you want to access the in-game, like, if you want to access Silksong's functions and add functionality to existing code, then you're going to want to use something called Harmony, which is a code injection utility, pretty much. Oh, this one got cursed now. Just load the speedrun. My last speedrun. Okay, I need to hide hitboxes. Here we go. I have more hitboxes now. There we go. Wait, why is my controller not working? Okay, maybe now? Yeah, okay, there we go. No, I don't have a map? Oh my god. I can't enable... So right now my mod, I can only activate my replay mod if you have the map, which is very dumb. Okay, maybe I can just load a different save. Look, I wanted this cute thing where, like, to open the replay system, you have Hornet standing with the map open, like looking down on a piece of paper. I think that's a really cute moment to, like, that's when you access the replay stuff. I think that's kind of neat. But then you need a map to be able to do it, so it doesn't actually work. And you're probably gonna want to, like, be able to access the replay system even in the main menu, so it doesn't fully work. I guess I could just maybe make it actually... Okay, I just need to make sure that I don't save on this one, because I don't want to, like, overwrite anything. Because you might want to be able to configure your replay playback even in the main menu. There we go. So this is just visualizing the actual frames that get recorded. So what I'm recording is effectively Hornet's position, the current time, and the current sprite that Hornet is using. Yeah, so that's like pretty much all I record, and then what it's gonna be saving to a file is all of that data. And then once you play it back, you specify some kind of start trigger, which could be either like when I enter this room, I want to start playback of a replay, or something like when I start the game, I want to start the playback of a replay. So yeah, it's not based off of inputs, and it's not simulating Hornet as a character. So it's just the visual aspect of a run. So it's not like a taskbot where you can have a replay play through the game. It's more like a ghost. So it's gonna record all of this, and then you're gonna see a ghost running next to Hornet. This effect is just kind of a fun trail effect because you get to see every single frame. But I do have the recording working, although right now I'm refactoring it. So, but yeah. Does it include non-Hornet sprites? Not right now, and I haven't decided yet on how to deal with that. So for example, the attack slashes are not part of Hornet's sprite, so those are separate. Yeah, I haven't decided yet how I want to deal with like other sprites. We shall see. Okay, right now the replay system only supports being in a single scene, so I'm gonna be making sure I can record stuff across multiple different scenes. Doesn't it? Yeah, no non-Hornet sprites, yeah. How's the rendering of the trail sprites done? So I'm spawning multiple like 2D toolkit sprites. I think I'm spawning 100 of them, and then I just place them in specific locations and set their transparency and their current sprite. Okay. Was recording inputs and simulating an option? That is significantly more complicated because you're gonna have to deal with partial logic of simulating a character in the game, but it can't be to an extent where it would affect gameplay for your current playthrough, because then it's going to interfere with your current game. So like, I don't know, it's just a very different thing to make like a thing that can play the game rather than just the visual data. So I think for now I'm just going to stick to all the visual stuff. I might save some extra extra stuff like your input data and maybe some audio stuff, but I don't think I'm going to do anything that can like actually simulate Hornet. Because then you have to deal with like, if it would be like a replay viewer where you can like see a replay play through the game, then like you also need to deal with RNG. Like you need the same RNG rolls for that playthrough, and that seems like a nightmare. So I don't know. I don't want to deal with all of that. Actually, do you ever dispose of native slice? No, that's not disposable. That makes sense. That ghost will be distracting in boss fights? If it's gonna look like that, yes, it would be way too distracting. But the plan is for it to not look like that. It's so I wanna make it like look like a ghost, pretty much. Think the wraiths in the mist, but more transparent. In principle, you would record the seed at the beginning of the recording and that's it, right? So this depends on a whole host of factors. It might be that it's that easy, but I don't know if that's the case. Like, if you do certain actions, like RNG rolls, based off of the update loop rather than the simulation loop, then the frame rate of your monitor is going to affect the run, right? Why am I bleeding? When did I cut my finger? It's like the top of my finger. It looks really weird. Yeah, like racing game ghosts, I think. It'd be interesting if replays could be spliced together. Yes. So I really want to make it so that when you watch replays, you can have multiple enabled at once. With the goal of being able to, like, I don't know, what if you enable like 1,000 replays in Silksong and you get these like the Trekmania videos where there's like 10,000 cars? Imagine that, but with Silksong, that would be super cool. Then you get a liquid like stream of hornets flying through the level. That would be cool. And it would be impossible to see anything in boss fights if you follow those ghosts. Okay. Okay. The Super Meat Boy way? Exactly, yeah. Let's see. Prepare to record from current scene. This sounds like something that should not be in here. That should be in here. Okay, so this is kind of like a... This is sort of a constructor. I feel like this should be in the constructor. Or should it? Because I'm going to use the replay data both for recording and for playback. But I'm only ever going to run the constructor... I guess I can have multiple constructors. One for loading and one for recording. Hold on, start time. What is that measured in? Am I talking about real time or am I talking about load remove time here? Okay, so I don't super need the scene size stuff anymore, so that I can remove. So positions is called frames now. Okay, so let's see. Scene name, that doesn't really have to go in.
Thor! Hey! Hello!
Feels kind of weird to have the start time here. I think I'm just not gonna have the start time here at all. Not scene name either. So I feel like that should just be part of the like update loop when recording. So I think the only thing I want is the initialization. Why is it sad? What? Oh, because it's a constructor, that's why. But then how is that gonna... When I load it from a file, is it gonna run the empty constructor? Because that seems... We're just not gonna have a constructor. Who needs constructors anyway? That's for nerds. Thor's dinner time? Thor's got food. I think he just wants to go through the gates, but he's not allowed to go to Gumpy's side of the house. Okay. I'm gonna move this to a separate class because it's getting a little messy. What's the point of using a native list versus a normal list? Native list is a piece of native memory that is... It's a lot more strict when it comes to the data layout of what you use in that list, and as a result in Unity that means that that data is a lot more portable in terms of I can send a native list or a native array to the GPU and that's just going to be a blit operation, in other words a straight copy. But if I use a C# list, it wouldn't be a memory copy. So basically native list is a bit more low level and it lets you do copy operations a lot faster. And it has a few like utilities like native slice and whatnot. Yeah. So I'm just using it in case I need to do GPU based stuff. For speedruns, it'd be nice to have a way to stitch together the best time on a scene-by-scene basis. Definitely not for MVP, though. So... yeah, I don't know if there's... The hard part of that is mostly if you take different routes. That's when it gets complicated, because right now the replay data is completely unaware of splits. It has no concept of speedrun splits. So it's only going to be like subdivided into rooms or scenes. So like if these speedruns have exactly the same room sequence, then it would be possible to do that kind of splicing. But if they don't, then it gets into this weird... I don't know how to splice that together. But if they have the exact same room sequence, then it would be possible. Okay. I guess I'm gonna need to initialize it at some point. Not 100% sure when or how yet. It just feels weird to do this in the constructor. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe it's okay. Okay, my audio is glitching out. Hold on. Here we go. I think I'm still audible. Yeah, okay. I think it was just my sound card, so I don't know if it was audible software side. Okay, so it would be nice to... You know what? Replay data, I feel like should be a more dumb type. Or maybe it's okay to keep it like this, because like, I'm thinking like, I should have a replay sampler for sampling the replay. It feels weird to have both the recording stuff and the sampling stuff in replay data. But I think maybe it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm just overthinking this. Okay, so try sample frame linear means a bit of a different thing now. So basically we're gonna... Okay, I think these two conditions are probably the same. So that's just gonna be interpolated frame equals default, return false, because that's not a valid frame. And then here we're going to do interpolated frame equals just the first frame. What do we call it? Frames? How do you distribute your build? I mean, right now it's not a public plugin. So right now it's just I hit build and then it like copies the DLL to the folder for Silksong. But I don't have any like GitHub distribution or anything right now. Okay, so get frame. I mean, I don't really need to call that thing now. I should just do this. Or wait, I already did that there. Just find your channel, and I'm wondering if you really will make the system, or are you just having fun trying to make it? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully I'll finish it into something usable. How do you manage different times when going into scene room for ghost replay with same route? I mean, managed in what way? Like what part of it? Okay, so here is where we need to do a few more things than I did last time. So last time I had the assumption that it was all in the same scene, but we can't make that assumption anymore. So it still feels awkward to do string comparisons for scene. I feel like I should use integers there. But maybe that's okay. So for sampling, I would want to... I guess checking the scene is actually not the first thing I should do anyway. So that's okay. It's not going to be like a weird amount of string checks. So the first thing I should do is just iterate through the segments. And then I check if the segment contains the time that I want to check. So I need to make a contains function. So I've got the path segment, and then we just make a public bool contains. I assume if you're 2 seconds behind the ghost and enter the room it just got inside, you'll see the ghost 2 seconds ahead of you. Yes. And if you're really ahead or really behind, you wouldn't see it at all. Yes, exactly. That's the idea. So the replay would use the same clock as you, pretty much. So like, it would be useful to use as a speedrun comparison. If you want to like, if you're ahead of your ghost, you are ahead in your speedrun. If you're behind the ghost, you're behind in your speedrun. Is the idea. Okay, so it contains a specific time. So now we're back to the age-old question. What time is this? I think it should be just replay time. I think we just call it time everywhere and not assume anything. I think that's how we want to do this. There is also... There is also the thing that like... Or no, that can never happen. Because it's load remove time. I was like, what if you try to get a... What if you try to sample the replay, but there's a gap in the timestamps between 2 different segments? But that's kind of the point of load remove time. There is no gap. And that should never be possible. But I do need to handle the case... of like... Because right now I'm not recording frames when you pause the game. or when the pause menu is open, or you're in, no, that can't happen. Yeah, if you do a save and quit, you do get a gap between replay data because a timer is still ticking in the main menu. So in that case, there is a dead zone between sections. Okay. Then I think I want to return like an enum here. So either the timestamp is inside, or it's before, or it's after. I guess maybe I'll do this in case I ever want to use like vector, use this as a vector somewhere. Segment, or no, location in segment. So I'm gonna return that instead. So wait, Louis on YouTube with a fun question. Wait, did I miss a question? I wonder if death has any trickery with the clock. I'm not sure what that would be. Okay, so if time is less than... Oh wait, hold on. I need to check frame count first. If frame count is less than or... Oh, what does that happen? If frame count is 0, what does that even mean? I feel like that should be impossible. It should be impossible to ever have a start recording a segment but not have a single frame in it. I feel like the constructor for this should force you to record a frame. So I don't think it should ever be 0. I think that should be... You know what? We're gonna throw an exception. Or no. That's an assert, I think. Assert? Is true? Frame count more than 0. What? Okay. Any thoughts on Riftbound versus MTG? I don't know what Riftbound is, and I don't know if MTG is the card game or the politician. So I don't have a whole lot of thoughts. That's the extent of my thoughts. Okay, so if time is less than, I guess I will do... I can make some properties for this. Time start, which would be... You know what? I do want exceptions thrown if I try to access time start and time end without actually having the data. Okay. If time is less than time start, return before. If time is greater than time end, return after, otherwise return inside. Wow. Extremely advanced programming here. Doesn't want to turn this whole thing to a switch operation. Ugh, that's not. Nah. I like this one better. This syntax here, this means basically selecting from the end. So this is the same thing as slice.length -1, basically. But a shorthand for that is to use this expression like this. So the way it works internally is that this is technically an index type. So there's a type called index, and it's basically just a value and then a boolean for whether or not it's from the end. And then when you try to get something from it, I think you pass in the length. So index dot get offset, and then you pass the length into this. So in this case, it would be slice dot length. So then you would sample the slice at that index. Kind of like that. But yeah, so this is like selecting from the end. Does 0 just fail? I think that would just be an index out of range exception, as usual. Like, it's the same as if you're trying to sample at the length of the array. Python uses negative indices for that? Yeah, I think that the problem with... I think the problem with doing that in C# is that, like... Or maybe that's not actually the problem. Because, like, you can define custom bracket accessors for stuff. Like, if I want to be able to do, like, path segment brackets, or, like, replay data brackets, I can, like, add that operator. Like, it would just be, like, public... what do I call it? Raw frame data. And then I would do brackets this. Or no, this brackets int I. And then that's basically a property. And then I can return. What would it be? I guess it would be slice I. So like I can add like an accessor like this. So then if I'm in the path segments in my replay data, like here, I could then do segment and then brackets. And then I pass some number here. So I don't know if that's why they have this specific data type, because they don't want to like ruin any like existing implementations of the bracket accessor. Actually, this is kind of useful to have, so I guess I'll just just keep this. Okay, oh, I guess I could just actually use the index version as well. So then I would do I.getOffset slice.length. There you go, now I'm supporting both the standard syntax and the new syntax. Imagine that. Okay. So let's see, we got the, okay, so record frame. I don't like the use of the word record here. I'm just gonna say add frame. Or maybe just add, actually. Although... No, it should not even be in this class. Nope, we're gonna put that in replay data. Okay, so recording frames is kind of a separate thing, so I guess I'll do a region. So this is for playback or sampling. So get frame, sampling, I just want to separate those two concepts so that I don't like intermix those too much. Wait, do I have an error? Oh yeah, because I have unfinished code, but that's okay. It's okay to unfinished code. You don't have to finish your code. Yeah, so like a big question for me is that like I don't know what happens to native slices and native lists. I feel like I need to make sure that that works. So native slice of cake? No, I don't want a native slice of a cake. Well, this one didn't seem to have any information about that. Native list, maybe we'll say. Oh my god. Unity's documentations. Be a little bit smarter. Yeah, this is the place I wanted to go. Well, this one doesn't have any information instead. I just feel like the native slice is not gonna be... I feel like it's not gonna be reading this properly. But you know what? I guess I could just have my own data structure actually. Yeah, let's just do that. That's actually not a problem at all. What do we call it? Native... What do you think native slice is doing wrong? So so native list has a backing array. So if I do frames dot native array is the actual array of the stored data. If I try to store more than 512 pieces of data, then it's going to reallocate this array. It's basically going to say, whatever used to be in this piece of memory, we're going to just drop that, and we're going to allocate a new array in a different location. But then, if we had existing slices that had a pointer to this, I don't think it's going to update those pointers. So it's going to reallocate an array, and then we're going to have multiple slices pointing to this piece of memory. So I don't think it's going to readjust these, because... Or maybe would, but like... The fact that the slice has a reference to the native array and not the native list makes me think that it doesn't have a way to correct for that anymore. After the fact. That's what I'm worried about. Actually haven't tried it, so... If growing a native list invalidates existing native slices, it should clearly say so in the docs. There are many things that it should clearly say, but I'm not sure if it does. It doesn't have a whole lot of information as soon as it's like the package documentation. But yeah, I could just make my own, like, native list slice, right? And then this one just has a pointer to the list.
Hello, Toast.
Hello! Count? Length? I don't know. Where'd I put my path segment? I want to steal these. Where'd I put it? Oh, here. I guess slice would just be a... Yeah, that would just be a property at this point. Because it's just a struct, so it's not like I'm allocating a whole thing. So... native slice, raw frame data, slice, and that's a property where we grab it from the list. Get slice. Okay, index, length. I guess they're calling it start and length. Maybe it's better to use the same terminology. And then do that. Maybe I'll just make that private, just to make sure I'm not messing things up. Actually, file saving is going to be like a whole separate thing anyway, so I shouldn't I shouldn't start thinking about file saving right now. Serialization is something we're going to do later. I guess this would be read-only. Yeah, Toast is gone. He's out doing investigations again. Okay, what else do I need in this slice? When am I gonna construct it? I guess it's like, I'm gonna create the first frame, and then I'm gonna expand this. So I'm gonna add to the count for every frame that I add. What does Toast investigate? You can go to his Blue Sky. If you go to Toast's Blue Sky, then you got some of his investigantinos. I guess it should just initialize at 00, I think. Oh yeah, it's a struct. Hold on, I can't do that. I'm dumb. Okay. Guess that's it. We can just move this to its own file. And then in our segments data, instead of a native slice, we're gonna have native list slice. Oh, you know what? I feel like it's a little weird to not have the generic here, so guess I'll just add that here. Is it where T is managed? Or unmanaged? Well, it's not showing up as if it's forcing it to be a struct. Because a T is looking like a reference type. Okay, well, whatever. Whatever. Could be wrong, but if you copy native list like this, it copies the internal array pointer. I don't think that's true for the native list. I think the native list is specifically a pointer to the pointer that will change to the internal array. Because like in the list itself, you do have access to the native array. So this is probably the underlying pointer And then list is probably one pointer removed from that, is what I'm imagining. I'm pretty sure that's the case. There's no problem with that tea until it's spilled on a carpet. You know, god damn it. Now I'm lost. What was I doing? I got traumatized, reminded of the tea. Raw frame data? That's what I was doing. Okay, slice.length. Well, I need to go to here. Do I just add a dot length accessor? There we go, extremely necessary. Okay. So I think this kind of also means that when we create a new segment, we need to reference the actual list. So we need to reference the replay data, the parent object, and then, oh yeah, it contains the list, so I got everything I need there. Question is if I add a but list is a struct type? No, native list is not a struct. Native list is a class. So this is a reference type, as a native list itself. But I believe native array is not. So native array is a struct. I have the color coding in my syntax highlighting to tell me the difference. If it's a reference type or a value type. Value types are a bit of a darker blue, and reference types are green, or like brighter and greener. Which is super useful. Okay, so let's see. Could you init the array with enough capacity to not reallocate? I mean, I could, but that would be kind of unnecessary if I want to allocate it for, like, I don't know, if I want to allocate it to record like a 5-hour long replay, it's going to be kind of unnecessary for anyone who wants to record something tiny. So, I don't know. It's not super bad to reallocate the array, so it's not dangerous or anything. Okay. Yeah, I haven't decided yet how to do this part of like when these get constructed. I'm gonna hold off on making constructors for this, because I think I need the point at which I record data points. That's where I would need to add that. So I'm not entirely sure what I need in terms of that function yet. So this is no longer a segment recorder, or maybe it could still be. I feel like it should just be called the recorder. I'll have to think about that. Okay, so replay data is the correct type. So that is a sample linear. Okay, so here is where I now need to do, so previously all the replays always played in the current scene that you're in, but now I have a check for like, are you actually in the scene that the replay is in? So that's what I need to do here. Actually, did I finish that code? I don't think I did. in the replay data? I did not. Okay. Oh yeah, I was doing the check if the time is within the segment. Right. So, if segment dot contains the current time, which is called relative time here, which is the replay time, I think. We need to switch on that, actually. Yeah. Okay. Add some cases. So if we are... I can only find Unity.doc stating native list is a struct in Unity.collections. What? Really? Native list. So are you checking the like generic version? Because there might be like a native list that's not a generic. Because like this is clearly a class. It's like it's got a type constraint for the T, which is a struct, but it's a different assembly. Is it? Oh wait, UI elements. That's actually kind of weird. Why is it in the UI element stuff? Why would that live in the UI elements module? Okay, interesting. Then I wonder if this is gonna bite me later. Yeah, it does say struct here. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it could still be like it could still be the case that even if this is a struct, the struct could still contain a pointer to the underlying data. So I don't think it actually matters whether this is a struct or not, right? Yeah, Silksong is using Unity 6. So collections should be available. I mean, I've also run this code without issues before, so... Actually, was I using a native list? I don't remember. No, I was using a native list and it was working just fine. What are the chances you got a bad import? I don't know. I'm not sure. So like this seems to be based off of there's like public Unity modules, I think, where like you don't have the actual code for the types in Unity, but you can include it as a reference. So you have like the skeleton of all the Unity types. I don't know. The code is not public yet. I mean, I should just put it on my GitHub. I just haven't yet at the moment. Or I think if I got a bad using, if I yeet this, I mean, is it in the low level one? Or no, it should just be in Unity.collections, right? Hold on. Cats are happening. Hello? Hey? How do you code for 6 hours straight? I don't know. I mean, don't people work as programmers and then you kind of do code for 6 hours straight? Or... yeah, I don't know. It wants me to use this weird like UI elements UIR thing. But I don't know. It's probably gonna work fine. It did work fine, so I think I'll just continue using it until it breaks, and then I'll have to figure it out later. And that's okay. Okay, replay data. So. Yeah, I feel like I should have had the collections one imported. So like, wait, assemblies, that's not what I want. Solution? Okay, reference. Add from. Unity dot collections. Let's do some low level stuff as well. Burst? Why not? Okay, open. Unit engine dot... I'm not seeing collections. Oh, Unity dot collections. Yeah. Well, now it is actually from Unity dot collections, and it's still a struct. So I guess we're fine. I guess some of the names changed, it looks like. Oh yeah, this is what I recognize. I did notice, I was like, I don't remember this M underscore thing for the native arrays, or to get the backing array. I remember as array though. This, I do remember. Yeah, so I guess mystery solved, maybe? It's still a struct and the documentation still sets the class, so... okay, so this one... oh yeah, and the allocator handles. I was like, why do I not need to specify allocator handles in the native list constructor? And it's because I was using this weird include. Oh wait, docs is a struct, but the other one you had was... oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, so this one is a struct. But the thing is, that still doesn't actually tell us whether I'm gonna be losing track of the backing array. Cause like, it could be that this struct just contains an address for a pointer, and that pointer points to wherever the backing array is, right? That's what I imagine this is. I guess we can just inspect it. Okay, so internal unsafe list pointer, right? List data pointer. What does it do with list data? It actually does seem like it's indexing directly there. You might be right. Because I'm guessing unsafe list has a... we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay, now it's called length, I suppose. Which, oh yeah, that also means that this one can't be null. Okay. Frames.length. I just feel like I've written code where I assume that I can just have a reference, or like treating this as a reference type, and it works. so I'm like, I feel like it has to work that way. I don't know. Okay. So it can no longer be null. Do I need to check if it's already disposed? I guess it's created. You could test it by making a list with a tiny initial capacity. I could test it, but that requires effort and time. So I'm simply not going to do that. Or maybe I could do, or no, because it's not in native C#. Okay. So we need the actual frame recording, because this is where we're going to call all of the constructors that I keep going back and forth on how I want to set it up. So instead of add, this is going to be called record add frame, record frame? No, record frame. It's probably better. Native slice is in the core module, native list is in the collections package. Cool. Yeah, I don't know the logic behind all of that stuff. Okay, so we have frame data coming in already, which means that this contains the time, X and Y coordinates, and the sprite ID. The sprite ID is actually going to be a little bit different now. So sprite ID... Oh yeah, that gets into how I wanted to store the sprite sheet references. How do I want to do that? I'm just going to assume sprite ID is a valid construct. So record frame should we need to check the current scene here, which is a string for now. So basically if the question is like, do we add it to the previous segment or do we create a new segment? And the condition for creating a new segment is either there are no segments or the last segment's scene name is not the same as the scene we currently want to add replay data to. That's when we create a new segment. And then we grab the most recent segment. So in here we do segments dot add new recorded path segment, and I guess we just pass in the first frame? No, because I kind of want to record the frame afterwards here to have the same code path pretty much. It's morning soon, gonna go sleep. Thanks for the stream. Couldn't watch the whole stream. Hope I'll come in time for the next one. Alright, Happy New Year, Alex. Thanks for joining. So So segment dot, didn't I have an add? Like an add, so frame, add frame, get frame? What's going on here? Oh no, wait, I removed that. So what would I do? Oh yeah, because the data isn't actually stored there. It's more like I just increase the length of the slice by 1. And then I push the frame to frames. I believe. Okay, so this is assuming record frame is only ever called when you actually want to record a frame. So if you are in the main menu, presumably this method is just not called. That's what this one is presuming right now. I guess the question is sort of like, do I put the load removal logic in here or do I put it elsewhere? Record frame does sound kind of definitive. It's like it actually will record a frame. Like whatever you do, it will do this thing. So I feel like it should be outside of this. This lets you add frames out of order, right? Wait, does it? How so? Oh yeah, I think the slice is still using the weird UIR thing. What? Okay, I think I'm getting tired. I don't know how to type anymore. Start length. Okay. Wait, what? That's okay. It's okay to call impure struct things. Is there no slice in the list itself? Or like native array dot or native slice? Or like maybe the constructor of native slice? Array start length. It complains just as much. It's over. Oh yeah, it was supposed to be unmanaged. I thought so. For information, I tested you're fine. Copying the struct does work how you hoped. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, good. Good. Okay, because then I was worried about my 3D modeling tool, because I use native list there and I make that assumption there as well, like everywhere. Okay, so I feel like maybe I just shouldn't have this logic here. Like where did I actually call? It's probably the segment recorder actually. Oh no, I think that makes sense. Okay, so replay data should be like a dumb data container. I shouldn't have logic in here. It should just be like data in or data out. And then logic should be outside of the replay data, I think. So it should really be just an add function, pretty much. Yeah. Which, this is bordering on a little bit too much logic, but I think that's okay. This is a minimal amount of logic. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Then, let's see, dispose, we're doing that there. We don't need to dispose the segments. Okay, so what do we still have to do here? Oh yeah, this, we never finished this function. So, okay, so this is sampling the... wait, this is no longer gonna be... You know what? This one, this whole function could also return if it's inside of the entire replay, or if it's outside as well, because that's also going to happen. If you have multiple replays running at the same time, and they are different lengths, then you're going to have to sample outside of replays. And so I'm going to need to be able to reject that without errors. Which means this one makes no sense whatsoever. I can't even return if that's like... This is like a division by 0. So I guess I'll add another one called invalid or something. Or undefined, that's more division by 0 energy. Okay. What's the location here? That's just return relative time switch, and if it's less than... Oh wait, we can't do... This has to be... Or no. I can do this, right? No, hold on. I keep forgetting how switch expressions work. We'll just do a regular one. Or no, wait, because you can't. You can only have like constant stuff in the... Or no, wait, I can still use that syntax. All I need to do is to do relative time minus interpolated frame dot time. So this is, let's see, it's from the frame time. So if it's less than 0, then we return before. Okay, yeah, this works. If it's equal to 0, then we return inside. If it's greater than 0, we return after. Otherwise, I guess we return invalid, because I don't even know how this would happen, so... Okay. Does this make sense? So if the relative time, or the vector from frame time to relative time, if that is negative, we get before. Yes, okay. Yeah, so this switch syntax is a switch expression rather than a switch statement. So yeah, and it has like pattern matching stuff that you can use here, which is kind of nice. I'm not entirely sure if you can use the or here, like or greater than 5. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. So you can do stuff like this as well, which is kind of neat. Which is also really nice for enums. When you have like really long enum names. Like you can use the similar thing there, like if my enum is before or inside, do stuff. And I kind of like this syntax because this is like so much nicer than having to do like if it's before or my enum equals that. Like this looks shitty. I don't like this. You're like repeating this part. Like why do you have this duplicate code? I don't like this. Like go away. We all know what we mean here, right? So it's kind of nice to have this syntax, I think. But yeah, so it's a similar type of like pattern matching here. Okay. Cool. So these are the easy cases. Now we got the big one. Still don't understand when you need to use break in a switch statement, and in what case you don't need to. Well, it's like if you leave the context, you don't need break. So if you have return, then you're already leaving the whole context anyway. Otherwise you need break. But it's only in switch statements, but not in switch expressions. The switch expressions always return. But switch statements don't always return, right? Also, something that's really neat is that you can nest switch expressions. Like, you can put another switch expression here. Like, I don't know, let's say you have an integer thing count. You can be like, thing count switch. And then you can nest another thing here. Like, if thing count is less than -6, then you want to return some other thing. Otherwise, the underscore is the default case. So maybe then you want to do undefined or whatever. So like you can nest switch expressions, which is really, really cool. Like it makes certain types of like nested logic look super clean. Like I love this syntax. I think it's super, super nice. It's great. I find it a bit hard to parse. That's the thing though. I feel like it like you can make it really easy to read, and that's the stuff I like. Like you can make it look really complicated for sure and mess it up, but like sometimes it just makes the logic much easier to follow because you can write out the logic in the way that you think about it rather than having to fit some weird syntax. Okay, anyway. We are, okay, so what are we doing here? We are trying to find which segment the current time is within. And we're doing this from the start, so it's in order. So if we ever get the before, that means that there is the time is before every single replay segment ever, or it's between two different replay segments. In which case, I think we just return before, because I don't know if we actually need to know what... Like, we're between two replay segments. I don't think we need to know which segment we're closest to. I think that's just completely irrelevant. Okay, if we're inside, that's the happy path. If we're after, that means we need to continue searching. So this is where we just do continue. But if we're inside, then we break, because then we found the actual segment we're looking for. I guess instead of breaking, I guess we could just put the logic there. Which would be all of this. No binary search? Not yet. I don't know if that's going to be necessary. Because like linear search is really fast. If you're under, I don't even remember exactly how many. I don't know. There's something like if you have 100 points of data, linear search I think is faster than binary search. But once you get beyond that, binary search gets faster. So there's like a threshold thing there. And so then the question is like, how many points of data are we going to have inside of each section? But I think for like the segments is basically going to be the number of segments I have is the number of scenes you pass through in the game. So I think here linear search is going to be almost always faster, I think. Because like how many scenes do you pass through in a speedrun? Or like or I don't know, I don't know how many scenes. Like what's a true ending speedrun? Or like 100% speedrun. How many rooms do you enter? I feel like it can't be thousands of rooms. It's gotta be in the on the order of like 100-ish, right? Oh yeah, I do need to remove this one. There we go. Thank you. But then within each room, that could go up to 1,000. So I think if I want to look up frames in a specific room, then yeah. But also, one thing that I can do is to just have a hint. So because I'm going to look up frames that are close to each other almost every single time, just having a hint for like, this was the frame I looked at last time. And then I can quickly just check that room first. And if it's in that room, then okay, then we know that. Then we can just jump to that one. But if it's outside of the current one, that means you either restarted the replay or you did like a seek in the replay to a different location and stuff like that, right? Um, 100% speedrun world record is 5 hours? Okay, and that's a world record, so if people want to save their less than or more duration than world record, it's going to be over 5 hours. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyway. So... we basically now know that the time is inside the segment. Oh, actually, we can actually do better than binary searching. We can make a really educated guess. Like a violently educated guess for which frame you're supposed to sample. Because like we know the start time, we know the end time, and we know the current time. That's just a remap. It's an inverse lerp. It's a remap, inverse lerp and lerp. The only thing that makes it not entirely accurate is because there could be freeze frames and there could be slow motion events during when you finish a gauntlet, and that's going to offset this a little bit. But like, we could use this to make it like better than binary search. But right now, I think I'm just gonna make it linear. Stupid and linear. Okay, so I guess I'll just... Oh wait, get frame before add time. I even have this utility function. And that's a linear search, I think. It's a little weird to use modulo here, but that's okay. And this is in the... Yeah. Actually, why am I even doing this then? When I'm already doing a linear search here. Oh, because it's faster. So I should move this, actually. Yeah, let's move that into the segment. So that should be in here. I guess it could be like a try get function, returning false if it's outside. Kind of like the contains function. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So then instead of this, I would just be the slice, right? I really shouldn't have that there. If you do binary search but with lerp instead of finding the midpoint, that's a known algorithm with O log log n average case. Are you talking about the like regular falsy thing for root solving? Because the thing I'm talking about here is like much better than log log n, I'm pretty sure. Oh, Steve being on shuffle is throwing you. You know, I can just turn off shuffle, and I think it's going to be in order in that case. It's not like it matters much, so... Because the, Oh, good lord. Oh, Jesus. Photoshop is just trying to load stuff into memory, and it's fighting for its life right now. Oh my god. Jesus, what is Photoshop doing? Holy shit. Are you okay? Okay, maybe I have so much, like, judder right now. Is it because I was using a large document when I initially pasted this image? And then it's not using GPU acceleration anymore? Yeah, so it's kind of like, the thing we're doing is like, we have a frame on the y-axis, and then we have time on the x-axis, And the thing, we're basically trying to root solve a function that looks almost like this, which is like, it's like a trivially easy. Like it's so close to being a linear function that it's ridiculous. Because like the only case where it's not linear, oh my god, Photoshop, why did you disable the zoom feature? Jesus. The only case where it's not going straight like this is if either you get a freeze frame, in other words, you are doing parrying or something, and you get a freeze frame, then it's going to look something like this, right? There's going to be a bit of a freeze in real time, but we're still going to record a frame. Or it's going to be like a slow motion thing. In which case, I don't even know. It's going to be steeper or more shallow. One of them. It's going to be one of them. and so it's like, and that's relatively rare. Like there's not a whole lot of stuff like that in Silksong. So it's like stupidly close to just a linear function. What was I doing? Right. Segments. We're doing the segment in here. Segments. Dot. Get frame. We'll see a bullet time ghost hornet every time the ghost parries. Yes. And also, there's also going to be the thing of like, if you, in your current playthrough, while watching a replay, is in a gauntlet, and you're getting the slow motion at the end of the gauntlet, the replay will not play in slow motion. The replay is going to continue as if there's no slow motion at all. Which is going to feel stressful, I think. But I guess that's what happens when you measure stuff in real time rather than simulation time. Okay. I don't need to do the modular thing everywhere. Okay, so do I do the contains check here? This is where I kind of need a hint to make it faster. Okay, I'm just gonna assume all of my code is working and everything's fine, and I'm not gonna catch any issues anywhere. So I'm just gonna assume this is gonna work. I guess we already know that it's inside. We already did that check. So it's inside. Then we're gonna grab a frame. This is a little risky. Or no, wait, because I'm already clamping it. Never mind. I guess if we are... Is that even possible? Yeah, if your sampling time is exactly on the last frame, you would get the frame index A and frame index B would be the same frame. I think I'm just gonna make it so that this one just never allows it to be equal to the last frame. Maybe. Or do I check that here? I guess I could just check that here. Okay. So we're getting the frame A, frame B. This is probably just standard. I don't think I need to change anything here. Until I do the sprite ID stuff. That's gonna change down the line. Interpolate the sprite ID as well. It's just gonna like flicker like crazy, like all the time. It would be actually so chaotic. I'm kind of curious what it would look like now that you mention it. Like, how bad would it be? Okay, remind me to check that once we got things up and running. Okay, so if, let's see, yeah, if we exit this function, it means we're trying to sample after the whole replay, which is not great. So we just return after, I guess? Okay. Oh, I'm not reading the scene. That was something I was gonna do. So I guess if we have detected that you are inside a specific segment, time-wise, we also need to check if you're physically inside of that scene. So if segment dot scene name is not the same as your hero scene, then I guess I don't have a separate state for if you are technically, like, temporally in the segment, but not spatially. I don't have a separate return value for that. I guess I'll just return undefined or something. Okay, and I'm also gonna do this because it's a little annoying that it's not initialized. There has to be some list of sprite ID to atlas ID XY width and height. I assume frame ID was going to be XY column row. Oh yeah, no. So that's all like data that's inside of 2D Toolkit. So 2D Toolkit has an internal ID inside of their sprite sheets, and so all of that is handled by 2D Toolkit. All I need is I need a collection, and then I need an index of the sprite in that collection. Everything else is handled by, like, if I want to get the specific, like, UV coordinates for the, like, specific sprites in the texture, I don't have to deal with that stuff. I probably would if I want to make this, like, GPU accelerated, but that's, I don't have to do that right now. That's going to be once people want to make, like, 10,000 hornets running through a scene. That's when I need to do some GPU acceleration. But I'm already using native list, so I'm prepared to do GPU acceleration or just like CPU multi-threading. I'm ready. Okay. Now we're checking the scene. So what are we doing here? We're just returning undefined. I think that's okay. I don't think we need any other frame data. I guess something you could do is, like, if the replay is in the next room, I could actually show a, like, I could show like an indicator on the exit that tells you how long ago that replay passed through that transition. which would be kind of fun. It would be kind of cute. But mostly useful if you're only watching one replay. If you're watching a swarm of hornets, then it's going to be a little bit messier. There's going to be like 1,000 indicators on every exit. Have you tried debugging frame? Nope. I don't know what that is. Okay. I think we're done with the sampling, right? Now we just need to do the infrastructure, or like the actual like when do we record samples? When do we start recording? When do we stop recording? And so forth. So we're getting closer to the actual game now. So how do I want this to work? I guess my initial oh yeah, I was gonna test the speedrun timer. Is there any downside from using native lists versus managed collections? Does it increase code iteration time or something? I'm not sure what you mean by managed collections, but like the purpose of using native list and using native array is because you have the memory of all of that data in a block, just in your memory. And what's useful about that is that copying it from the CPU to the GPU is super fast and super cheap. And you can use the job system to do parallel processing on that data. And the reason for that is because it's got like some really strict requirements when it comes to like you need a fixed stride for all the data in there and so forth. So like there's certain things you can't do in a native list, but it's just a much more low-level way of storing data, and it has a few advantages there. But outside of that, you need to manage like lifetime of those yourself. So like you need to be careful about when you allocate and when you deallocate that data, which you don't really have to care about for like the standard C# lists. Okay, so do I test the speedrun time stuff first, or maybe I'll ignore the speedrun time stuff for now. So I'm gonna rename this. Instead of segment recorder, this is gonna be replay recorder. Been back in C++ land for a year, so it's not super daunting. Oh, if you've been in C++, everything else is just gonna feel better, I feel like. There is also, like C# does have a thing that's similar to native array. So C# has a data type called span of t. There's also memory of t, which I think... I forget exactly how memory works. I mostly use span whenever I do. So with span, you can do stuff like, for example, if I have span of int numbers, and then I can stack allocate an int array of a specific number of numbers. So like, I don't know what numbers I would use. So you can do stuff like this. Which is kind of nice. Like sometimes having like a function. This is not special for anyone who's using C or C++, but for people who use C#, this is kind of like stack allocating an array is just not normal. And so it's kind of nice that you can do this kind of thing in C# now, which you couldn't always do. So yeah, so sometimes like generalizing some code without allocating stuff on the heap is kind of nice. So yeah, and this could be any type. This could be like a vector 3 or whatever. Okay, let's see. So when do we start recording? I guess right now we can do the manual recording, and then later we can do the speedrun timer comparison. So right now I think it's just gonna be, basic. Confusingly, span also exists as a concept of C++, but it means something different. Oh god, kind of like vector is like a... I think vector is the same as list in C#. Is that right? But also using the word vector is really confusing for those of us who use like value type vectors for math operations. It's like, oh my god. C++ vector is a growable array. Okay, yeah, so that's exactly the same as list in... That's the same as list in C#. I don't need to dispose of segments anymore, actually, so... Wait, why do I even have this here? Why are the segments here? Oh, hold on. Okay. These are the... Oh yeah, these are simultaneously the replay data we're recording to and the one that we're playing back. Because I haven't separated those two right now. Okay, so basically we're just gonna change the type of this to replay data. I kind of hacked in having two recordings at once. Is stackaholic plus span a good replacement for pooling small lists? So that data gets thrown away the moment you leave the current scope. So there's no persistence of that data. So it depends on what you mean by pooling. You can't do pooling across different contexts or multiple frames. So that's just literally for like having a tiny thing inside of a single scope. Oh, another thing, speaking of vectors. Okay, so you know how Unity has a type called vector3, which is, you know, your standard 3D vector stuff. In shaders, you usually don't, or at least in, well, I guess in GLSL, it would be vec3. And in HLSL, or no, wait, in HLSL it's vec3, in GLSL it's float3. And I'm used to writing GLSL. Or no, wait, is it HLSL? I always forget. No, this is GLSL, this is HLSL. Yes, okay, this is GLSL. HLSL is float3. That's what I'm used to writing. And I used to really like this type of syntax, because like, if you want to do like a 3x3 matrix, that's a float 3x3. And I kind of like the way that that is set up, like it makes sense in my brain. Like that's kind of neat. But then I got into geometric algebra. And now that I know geometric algebra, float3 is all of a sudden a really bad name, because you're kind of like, you're kind of skipping the part where you're actually specifying what the basis is for this. It's just 3 floats, which is not, it doesn't say if this is a vector quantity or if it's some other quantity, like a bivector, right? Which of course you don't have to distinguish between them in like most of your standard stuff, but like, it's just a little bit itchy to use something that's called float3. Every time I use it, I'm like, ugh. it is actually a good name to call it vector 3 because a vector is not the same as 3 floats. And yeah. There's no type def in C#, right? What is type def? Currently using a pool for list to use and method temporarily to avoid garbage. Usually only in the scope of the method. Oh yeah, that's exactly the thing you should be using span for. Is it a point, a vector, a bivector, or a color? Exactly, yeah. To see things, you can define custom types. Well, you can make custom types in C#, but I don't think that's what you're asking. So.
Hey, Thor. Hey, buddy.
Wait, what? Why are you wet? Oh! Now I remember. Oh my god, I completely forgot in the middle of the chaos. I spilled tea on Thor. Hey, buddy. Hey, I just need to call Thor a little bit. Hold on.
Hey. Hello. Hello. Hey, buddy.
Okay, Thor seems okay. Even though his fur is a little wonky right now. He's actually not wet. It's just that his fur is a little like lumpy because it used to be wet and then was drying in lump shapes. Oh, here he is. Hello, Thor.
Hey, mister. Hello.
Type def struct float x float y vector 2. I mean, isn't that what structs are in C#? Or maybe that's different from aliasing. Mr. Thor? You're a little bit in the way.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah. No, you don't want to sit on my lap. Okay. Oh yeah, you can make an alias to like replace type names, but anyway. Because like in C# you have the how would I even do that? It's like using vector. I can make an alias here, like v3 equals that, and then v3 from this point onwards is gonna refer to this type. But I'm not sure if that's the same type of aliasing. It's kind of like I don't know if I'm allowed to use like an existing type name here, or if I need to make like a unique name here. I'm not sure. Okay. Segment recorder doesn't exist anymore, so that is now called replay recorder. And recorder dot dispose. I don't, or no, we do need to dispose those. That's the wrong type. So we're just going to do replay.dispose. I don't think, I'm not on the version where I can do, like, I use Unity all the time. Unity is not on the language version that lets me do the, like, top level namespace declaration, so I can't do it. I'm waiting for Unity to get with the times. Wait, I'm already disposing the recorder. Okay. So what do we do here? So start recording. Modding is mostly using Core CLR compiler. Yeah, I just don't like, I don't want to get used to the fancy new features, and then if I want to like copy paste the code into Unity, I'm gonna have to like revert it, and like, I don't know. I'd rather be stuck in my C# 8 bubble for now. Right, okay, so it used to be that replay recorders recorded to segments, but now they're recording to replay data. So I'm gonna rename that, I think. So that's gonna be replay data. And that's now a replay data. And I don't really have a prepare function here. Do I even need that? What did I have in that before? It's not even in here. Because what do I need to do? I don't really need to do anything, I think. Because it used to be that I had to like initialize some stuff. But I think I could just assign it. I don't know. What did I pass in before? Start time. That's gonna be logged by the first frame. So I wonder. Like when I call start recording, this is like a moral question. Okay. This extremely doesn't matter much, but those are the best issues. Okay, so the game, the like, what? Okay, so fixed update is the physics update or the simulation ticks of the physics engine of Silksong. Silksong runs at the default physics frame rate that Unity has, which is 50 frames per second, which is deeply cursed. So it's at 50 frames per second, which for some reason Unity just chose to not do 60. Bizarre. But then you have the rendering frame rate. So this is just a regular update. And this thing, on my computer, if I vsync the game, the update loop is going to run at 240 frames per second. So fixed update. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as fast. So when there's been like this amount of physics frames, the rendering will have rendered like, what is it, like 5 times as many frames-ish. So, well, approximately. I don't know how to do math. Don't hate on me. And so then you get this weird moral question of when you press record, if you press the record button on this frame, because usually like menu and input and stuff that's not related to the physics engine is usually sampled in the rendering loop. Not always, but usually. And so then the question is, what do we start recording once we hit the next physics frame, or do we start recording using the current state, which is whatever it was calculated at previously? And then there's another question of like, where is 0? Like, if you start recording here, is time 0 here? And then this time is like negative 0 point blah 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 blah. Or do we say that this time is 0, even though we start the replay a little bit later than that frame? The thing that's kind of unfortunate is that the speedrun timer of... Okay, this gets even more cursed, but... So speedrunners usually use something called LiveSplit, and LiveSplit has a plugin thing where you can load autosplitters, and autosplitters can read the state of the game and then progress the LiveSplit splits. So like, when you defeat this boss, the split jumps forward. And what's kind of unfortunate is that the LiveSplit, the autosplitter people use for Silksong when running the game and speedrunning the game, is by default polled at a rate that is entirely unrelated to the fixed update of the game. And unfortunately the default is lower than 60, and I think it's lower than 50 as well. It might be like 30 or 24 FPS or 25 FPS, I think might be the LiveSplit polling rate for how often the autosplitter checks the game state. So there's like even more weird things happening there, where like LiveSplit itself isn't actually checking the game very often by default. You can change it so that it does it more often. So like LiveSplit might be like, I don't know, maybe LiveSplit, let's pick a different color. Maybe LiveSplit is like checking the game state here or something. So according to LiveSplit, like if you start the game, like if you start the game here, LiveSplit is going to think you started at this time, not here. So LiveSplit is going to be like, oh, this is 0. This is time 0. Which is cursed in so many different ways, because like there's a duration until the first frame that actually matters for character positioning. And also you could have like, the game actually started here, but you're getting some free time until from the game when it started until the actual recorded starting point. And so I don't know, it's just It is kind of weird that you have all of these like tiny discrepancies. And like, the thing is, for speedrunning, this actually doesn't really matter because like, when you start the game here, there's some like discrepancy for, you could like secretly gain some time here. You could gain some time in your speedrun. But the opposite is true when the speedrun is over. Because you can have the thing of like, okay, the game ends here. Like this time, this is where, on this frame, right here, the game ends and you want to end the speedrun. But LiveSplit is not going to realize that the game is over until this time has passed. And so like, whatever error you have for starting the game is kind of going to be cancelled out by the error that you can get when you end the game. And this is also true if you're doing load removals, because Hollow Knight's Autosplitter removes loading times. And that removal has the same like start and stop jitter that you have here. So like, on average, these are going to cancel out. Just like petit doigt in chat says. So like, it sort of doesn't matter, and it doesn't really matter for like, this is like on the order of milliseconds. And so like, this is just my brain, because like I know about these things and it makes me uncomfortable. And it's like me as a programmer gets upset about this stuff, but it really doesn't matter for the vast majority of people. But yeah. The next physics frame state gives a deterministic baseline. Yeah, so like, that's what I sort of expected that to be the baseline, to always use the fixed update, but there's some wrinkles in that too, because the speedrun timer has to run even when the game is paused and when you quit out to the main menu. But the game freezes fixed update when you pause the game, but the speedrun timer still has to run. So you can't just use fixed update on its own. Yeah. Anyway. I guess all I'm saying is I need to pick something. I need to pick a strategy here. I'm gonna ignore LiveSplit for the most part. But there's another alternative of, or no, that is the one that I mentioned, that like recording this state and saying that this is 0. Even though we start here, but then we set this time to, like, this would be, I guess I can't use integers, but, well, frame 1. So frame 0, frame 1. But the time reference that I use is still based off of the spacing that I have here. Which means that, like, you would get extra fast movement in this frame, and then it would slow down for the next frame. Assuming, like, the simulation time has the same speed for whatever motion you're recording. That's one alternative that you could do. Another one would be to just, instead of using the time that I have here on activation, I could probably just like, I probably know the time here, actually. I think I know what time this happened at. Yeah, that's actually, I can access that. Never mind, I can get that. So that's not a problem. We don't need to do stretching. Yeah, that's fine. Neat. We're gonna do that. Because I believe... Wait, are people still having the frame rate debate? I was so close to making a video about frame rates over 60 because so many people... I don't know if people are trolling at this point. Are people rage baiting when they say the human eye can't see above 60? Because it's so I'm not gonna get reach baited. Yes, there's ghost interpolation. And yeah, so like the replay is recording frames at the fixed update rate. But for playback, I do interpolate to get the frames in between, which makes it look significantly smoother. At least for if you have a high refresh rate monitor, but it doesn't super matter for other people. Or I guess it kinda does still, because like Hollow Knight is at 50 for fixed update, so even if you're on 60, it actually does matter. Because you're gonna have this like slight offset for like every single like frame sampling is gonna be like not quite lining up. 60 is what I've always heard. So that's just straight up not true. And the thing is that like, so you might hear people talk about like the flicker fusion threshold and stuff like that, but that doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with whether or not monitors that have higher frame rates than 60 can make a difference in terms of smoothness. And the easiest way to test this is to like take your cursor and spin it in a circle. Like, okay, if you look at my stream right now, like you can probably like almost count the number of like things that pop up on your screen, like in this circle. I don't know if you would actually be able to, but like you probably see like, I don't know, you might see around 10 different indicators here. I don't know if that's the best cursor. Can I get a white cursor? There you go. It is a little bit weirdly distributed actually. I see about 8 pairs of dots. Okay, yeah, so about 8, right? So you are presumably, probably, watching this on a 60 hertz monitor. Now, if you had a higher refresh rate monitor, and if my stream was higher refresh rate, you would see way more, like, cursors in here. Instead of 8, if you were on 120 hertz, you would see 16. If you had a, like my monitor is 240, so I see 4 times as many cursors there. So like just spinning your cursor, you would have way more, like, you would have way more cursors that would fill in the gaps there. And oh yeah, the stream is capped at 60 frames per second. There's no way to stream beyond 60, as far as I know, on YouTube or Twitch. But yeah, so like for everyday movement, all it does is give you more frames in between, and it makes things look significantly smoother. So it just gives you, like, the point is that it gives you continuity. It gives you continuity of vision instead of having this discrete jumping. I know that for some people, they don't notice that much of a difference. But for me, it has a huge effect. Like, it is mind-blowing for me. So like, for me, it just looks great. But there's no way for me to, like, show that to anyone. You need a high refresh rate monitor to see that, right? There's no way for me to communicate it in a way that's like convincing. I did try to get it across, but unfortunately I used motion blur to do that, and then like 5,000 gamers on Twitter started shitting on me. Like, oh, motion blur sucks, and it's like, oh my god. Anyway. Can I find that tweet? Okay, so it's possible that playback of this is not perfect because you're watching this through a stream. But like, which one of these looks smoothest to you? Which one looks like it's moving the smoothest? And like, to me, it's like the one on the right is like obviously better. Like, it's like no questions. It's like, Jesus Christ, that looks so much smoother. And so this is like, it's not actually higher refresh rate than 60. This is 60 frames per second. But the only thing I did was I added a bit of motion blur, because that kind of gets you closer to what it feels like to have a higher refresh rate monitor. Because the thing it does is that it's like you sort of feel like you are getting the data in between. And if you have a properly calibrated motion blur, where you have high refresh rates and you're filling in those gaps, then you get that continuity of motion. And it's that continuity that's the big thing about high refresh rate. Because then you can get that continuity without motion blur, which feels like magic, which is kind of neat. Left has a flickering effect. Yeah, because you can see it like jump over certain sections, but the one on the right doesn't really jump over anything, right? The right looks more blurred to me. I see more bounce and squish in the right though. Yeah, because the one on the right does have motion blur, so it's like this is not a one-to-one comparison for what it's like to have a high refresh rate monitor. So like, it's kind of like, imagine you could have the like the smoothness of the right one without motion blur. That's what you get with high refresh rate monitors. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the moment I got a high refresh rate monitor, that was when I was playing Overwatch, which is a first-person game. And for first-person shooters, it is violently useful to have higher refresh rates, because when you move the mouse in a first-person shooter, you very often lose so much spatial continuity that the moment you get a high refresh rate monitor, you just get better overnight, because all of a sudden you're like, you just react faster. It's just immediately it feels like you're closer to the game in a way that's like so cool. And it's like, it's so hard to like communicate this to people, because you can't, it's impossible to experience this without actually trying it out. I can't like show people what it's like, so I don't know. I think it's super cool. But do try it before you commit to buying, because they're usually very expensive, and if you don't personally notice a difference, then it's just a waste of money. But yeah. Oh, actually, let me send you that link in case you wanna look at it on your monitor, because it's possible the stream playback is imperfect. Is motion blur in games always a trailing motion blur? It really depends on the type of motion blur. If you there used to be like an old type of motion blur where you kind of just do frame persistence, kind of like I think Grand Theft Auto did this when you're like drunk, and so it's like, there's so much that goes into this. There's so many different types of motion blur as well. There's like the thing that I had in that animation is kind of like, I kind of want to call it true motion blur. It's like almost more accurate to call it like temporal supersampling. Like, I'm super sampling time in order to get that motion blur effect. But super sampling is generally too expensive to do in games, because that means that you need to render so many more frames instead of a single frame. And so in games, you tend to use approximations of motion blur. So you tend to use stuff like, you have motion vectors that you render to a buffer, and then when you do the blur step, you kind of don't have all the information you need to make the blur look super good. And so you have this thing of like, okay, well, we kind of need to separate, like, camera blur is separate from object motion blur, and then you need to combine the camera movements with object movement, and you kind of get this half-assed motion blur that sometimes look really jarring and not super great. And so, yeah, and then it's also the fact that like motion blur in games is usually more for effect rather than like interpolation. And so that's when you do stuff like maybe racing games might exaggerate motion blur a little bit, or just badly implemented motion blur. But it's, I feel like motion blur is this like, it's a weird, in my opinion, motion blur looks great if you have a frame rate that's like between 50 and 100. Like that's the sweet spot for motion blur for me. But like if you're lower than that, motion blur is gonna look so smeary that it's nearly useless. Like 30 FPS motion blur is just a mess. It's just a goop, and it's not useful for anything interactive. For movies, it's more fine, but like for interactive stuff, it just feels goopy and slow and sluggish. But if you're at like 120 FPS or 240 FPS, my current monitor is 240, then you don't really need motion blur. It would improve the way that it looks a little bit, but you don't really need it anymore. And so there's this like, I feel like it's only in this tiny sliver of like around 60 FPS where motion blur can be really, really useful as long as you don't exaggerate it. But yeah. Oh yeah, there's also the frame generation stuff, but I don't like that. I don't like frame generation. Just because I'm a neo-Luddite, so. Okay, so what are we doing with fixed update here? So replay data, record frame. What's my signature here? Okay, so frame and also scene. Where do we get? I guess. I think I just have that in game.hero. No? Game dot world utilities current scene name. There we go. Could you replay record on both fixed update and update? Yes and no. I guess it depends on exactly what you're asking. Could I make it so that you could choose, or could users choose, or is it possible in theory in general, or? Have you ever seen a film in 60 FPS? Yes. I've seen... The most recent one was Avatar. The fire Avatar. I forget what it's called. Ash? Fire and Ash? I don't know. I think the high refresh rate looks fine. But what I don't think looks fine is when you switch back and forth between like 48 frames per second and 24 frames per second. Constantly. Like Avatar would have like within a single minute, Avatar can switch from 24 to 48 like 4 times. And it's so distracting. It's like I'm fine with a high refresh rate, but I'm also fine with a low refresh rate. Just stick to one. Just don't throw curveballs at me all the time. Like, Jesus, stop changing it. Like, oh my god. Like I'm so sensitive to this stuff now where like, I don't know, if I'm just looking at someone's monitor while they're working on something, I can tell if it's 60 or if it's higher. And the same goes for while I was watching Avatar, where like you would have these like 48 FPS scenes and it looks nice, and then all of a sudden it just starts lagging. And I was just, oh my god, it's like it just starts lagging. That's the way that I experience it. It's not like, oh, now it looks cinematic. and then it goes back to looking fast and video gamey. It's more like, now it's lagging, and then I go back to the normal frame rate, and it's like, oh my god. Oh my god. Ugh, just don't switch between them. I think that's like that's my new pet peeve. But yeah, then there's like, I think the thing with like high refresh rate movies is I think it mostly looks weird because we're so used to seeing cinema in low frame rates, and as soon as you see something that's like higher refresh rate, it looks like a home video recording, or it looks like a TV soap opera thing. And I think it's mostly cultural association, but then I think it's also that higher refresh rates also tend to give you more like spatial detail, and it's harder to hide blemishes at high frame rates. So like if something looks fake, you can kind of hide it with low frame rates. But oh my god, my audio just started getting weird. But you can't really hide it at higher frame rates. I don't know if you heard that audio glitch, but... Okay, you heard the cracking now. Okay. But yeah, like at low frame rates, you can hide a lot of blemishes, especially if you have a lot of motion blur, which most cinema, like cinematic shots use motion blur. They have like, yeah, usually they use like 180-degree shutter angle, which means that half of the frame is blurred. And so there's a lot of motion blur in cinema. And you can hide a lot of weird details and blemishes, and like you can kind of like get away with having things looking kind of shitty. But if you have a high refresh rate, you're gonna see a lot more detail, and then it's like, ooh, you can kind of see all the stuff that's not super well made. Like the costume here looks kind of weird, and the way the like jewelry moves here makes it, you can see that it's obviously plastic instead of like metal, and like all of those things kind of come through in a way that you wouldn't really be able to tell in a 24 FPS setting. Anyway, we need to start recording. Where do I do that? It's here. So what do I have here? This is the replay player. So then we sample replay data. That makes sense. Why is it not? Oh, it's try sample now. Oh yeah, because it could be outside of the scene. So now we need to do if replay data sample frame linear, and then out frame data. It's try raw frame data frame. Oh yeah, the hero scene. Okay, hero scene, relative time. I should rename this to be consistent. And then Rider. Why is Rider so bad at showing this window? I just want this. Okay, so if we are inside of the same scene and the same time. We are spatio-temporally inside of this segment. Or in the replay, rather. Then we just make the replay ghost use that same position. I guess it's specifically the interpolated frame. But if we are outside, that means we should not show the ghost at all. So, do I have a visibility thing? I guess I have a visual age. So I'm using visual age for the for like fading them, but I don't really have a, or do I have a, like just setting visibility? I'll just make a set visibility. Or no, actually. Visibility, wow. I think I can just toggle the sprite, right? Or do I need to go through the mesh renderer? I feel like I should be able to use enable and disable. Is there no on enable? Okay, now I'm no longer as confident. I can just disable that. It's probably fine to toggle the sprite. I'm just gonna trust it's gonna work. There's a cat on my foot right now. Okay, so visibility equals true, or ghost dot visibility, or visible is visible. Visible. Hydrate, that's true. This is probably one of my favorite songs in Silksong. I don't know if it's like top 3 probably. It's a really good song. Are we allowed to gleep glorp in this chat? As long as you're not spamming, and it looks like you're getting close to the threshold of spamming, so to try not to displace the entire chat, I guess. Okay. That makes sense to me. Okay, try a play from start. This dot replay data equals replay, so this is just replay data. Oh, wait, I'm actually toggling the game object. Here. Guess that works. might just be the better way of doing it. What is happening? What is Gumpy doing? Jesus. Okay, there's like weird cat activities right now that I'm hearing. So I just need to double check to make sure that they're not doing something weird.
Excuse me? What's going on? Hey, Coco. Hey. What is going on?
One problem is you retain visibility with activities that what if you want to temporarily hide the replay, but you want it to resume as if the same time had passed? Well, as long as they're tied together, like resuming and visibility is just in the same place, right? Or are you thinking like... Oh yeah, I guess there is actually a use case. If you pause the replay playback and then you enter the scene that has the replay in it, then it should show up. But that wouldn't happen right now, because right now it's tied to playback. So I guess that would be one thing, but that's kind of unrelated to whether I disable the object or just toggle visibility. Because right now, the ghost is just visibility. That's all it does, pretty much. So I guess the way I would do it is like, I need a callback for when you load a new scene, and then when you load a new scene, I check all the ghosts again. Just an extra time. But as long as you're playing the replay, it's not going to matter much at all. Okay. So here I have so I automatically stop recording after 3 seconds. And so the thing I would want to try is like, I want to try recording a replay across more than one scene. So I'm going to increase this to, I don't know, 8 seconds. It's just hard-coded now to stop recording after 8 seconds. Okay. I'm not 100% sure how I do... So when I start recording... Yeah, so right now, when you start recording, it actually waits, and this becomes the first frame. And I don't like that. That doesn't vibe with me. I really think it should be this one. Or no, wait, the problem with making that one 0 is that the duration of the replay is actually decoupled from... Okay, this barely matters. I'm just not gonna care about that right now, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, start recording, get current frame data. Okay, I don't think we don't have any errors anymore. That means that everything is perfect and nothing is gonna break. Okay. I feel like I've missed a bunch of stuff. But I mean, I guess I'm gonna get some errors if I missed anything. And we're all looking forward to seeing the errors. So I'm gonna make a build, and then we're gonna launch the game. Okay, where's the video game? Here's the video game. Oh, someone asked me like 2 hours ago. Oh, by the way, thank you so much for the dono, Creta. I don't know that currency. Is that won? I'm bad with currency. Oh my god, Salad's climbing again. Okay, I hope I set everything up for replay recording. Okay, so I have 8 seconds of replay. Let me just make sure that I didn't get any errors on launch. Think we're good? We're good. About €6. Okay, neat. Okay, so we are going to start recording. We have 8 seconds, and I'm gonna switch scene. And then it should stop recording. Okay? Okay? Did it spark joy? Where's my replay? It's supposed to be looping. Where's my replay? Okay, well, it didn't crash. Did we get any exceptions thrown? Some null references? Sprite not found. That makes sense. It might just be that it's not playing the replay. This is a very bad log, I hate it. Well, it's partially my fault because I'm spamming stuff into it. Okay, so I did remove a bunch of modulo stuff, which is probably related. So I have this thing like when you finish recording a replay, I restart the playback of all replays that you're currently watching. Here. So I have playback start time. That's relative time. I don't have the loop thing anymore. Yeah, so this is where I should do, if it's looped, then actually, yeah. So if loop, then we do relative time modulo oh my god. Can everybody just stop snoring? Oh my Jesus. Replay data total duration. That's it, I think. Still not 100% sure I'm actually recording the correct time. So let's see. Take fixed updates. I get the current frame data. That's based off of time absolute. Oh, I do subtract start time. So that's passed into, okay, yeah. So it should be 0 from the first one. Okay. This cat's happening again. Okay, maybe it was just the... I feel like it should have worked still. I'm a little surprised. Or wait, how do I do the contains check? For the playback. Is that in here? I think that's in here, yeah. I feel like the log kind of did hint at the... Oh wait, hold on. Did I assign the scene in the segments? Because that would actually break stuff. Like when I record a new segment to the replay data, do I actually send the scene to it? I might not, actually. No, that's why. Scene name is just always null. Okay, so we just need to pass in the scene name. Or hero scene. There we go. That would do it. That would make it not work. Okay, let's make another build. Thor is upset because I'm late to bed. Yeah, my build had a bunch of warnings, but that's okay. Okay, it seems like my tea spill has dried up now, at least. in case you're late to the stream, I spilled the tea on my carpet in the middle of the stream. So there's a section where there's a really exciting carpet cleaning wet vac section if you're interested in that. Okay, so let's record 8 seconds. Scene transition. Wow, we're recording in 2 different scenes. Come on. Oh! That looked incorrect, but we got something. So it's better than nothing, you know? Okay, this one looks entirely correct. Okay, we don't have... Looks totally fine. But something is weird in here. So like, it's like you enter and then slide back and then it doesn't play the whole animation? Oh wait, hold on. I think I know why. I think I know why. Yeah, I think I'm doing the modulo incorrectly. Where did I do that? Replay data. Get frame. Yeah, question is, what is this relative to? Because I think... What am I assuming here? I'm assuming this is relative to the start of the replay. Okay, so is that correct? I do the modulo here, which is the right place to do it. Okay, so what about my recording? What am I passing in here? Start time. Oh yeah, no, that is correct. Yeah, I'm a little unsure whether I'm... Because like the data that I put in the frames is relative to the start of the replay. And same goes for the time that I pass into this. And the way that I read this is correct. So what about the contains check? That's reading slice 0. Wait. Oh my god, am I stupid again? I think I'm stupid again. Yeah, the slice index. I never set the slice index. So slice.start has to be replay.framecount. I guess for completion's sake, I guess I should do slice.length equals 0. Okay. Cool. That would break it. We found the thing. Feel that should be part of the native list slice constructor? Nah, I don't think so. Oh my god, audio glitches. Why is my audio always glitching out when I'm streaming? It's completely fine when I'm not streaming. How do you find out your audio is glitching? Oh, I hear it. It just starts going meh in my ears, and I'm like, that's not correct, actually. I thought I heard music. Okay, let's record a replay. We have 8 seconds of recording. Wow, this room. Oh my god. Another thing. And some invalid sprites. Okay, come on, Hornet. Get in here. No, not quite. Not quite there. You know, this looks very similar to last time. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm also thinking about the time when switching scenes. How do I measure that? The thing is, it stopped the replay, I think, at the correct moment. But I might be making an assumption for the playback. Right. Okay. That's, I think, okay, so I think the problem is that the replay is load removed, but my reading of the replay is not. So like, when I do the loop at replay data.told duration, this duration is not accurate, right? Because what I'm doing is I'm checking the time at the first frame and the last frame, but that doesn't take into account the gap, right? Oh god, this is so wonky to think about. Yeah, I'm also not sure if I have things reversed in my head. So let me think. Let's first make a timeline of real time. This is a real time. We have 8 seconds here. We have a salad jumping.
Mr. Salad?
I think you're recording data during the loading screen. I don't think I am, but the time that I write into the data does take the loading into account. As in, it records the duration into the frames. So I think what's happening is I have a maximum record time of 8 seconds, but I enter a load zone. Let's say that I do the loading in this section. So that's maybe from, let's say it's from, I need to draw tick marks. So this is 4, 8, 0, 2, 6. Okay. So let's say the loading zone is this part right here, this section. So we're gonna have frames, or like, no, we're not talking about frames. This is just time right now. Right now, we're just talking about time. Okay, so this is our loading zone. I'm gonna make it orange. So from the perspective of fixed update frames, it's going to record some number of frames like this. That's the first section. And the time it writes into this, it's gonna write 4 for the time at this position. But once it resumes here, it's gonna write 6 into the time here. So I think there's multiple things going wrong here. So first off, this is not the way that it should work. Because, you know, technically the replay, the duration of this replay that I recorded here is not load removed, but I'm also not getting the total playback time, right? Like, we're getting these 4 seconds, but then when we're in the other room, we're just seeing 2 seconds. So the total replay duration is not actually 8 seconds of playback. The question then is, like, it's more so that the problem is that we're sending real time into the data here, because like this should stop at 4 and then resume at 4. Or actually, let's keep both of these just to Like, I think this is the way that it should be. Where, like, this lines up. This is fine. Then it goes to 4. And then it should do nothing here. It should resume from 4 here. And then do the remaining, like, 8 seconds here. Did the frames currently store absolute timestamp or relative timestamp? It stores relative to the start of the replay. So the numbers I'm writing on these two, that's what it's storing, which is incorrect. Yeah, I think the only thing we need, or well, there could also be another problem of, like, if I'm watching this replay, and I'm standing in a room and there's no load happening, I'm just in a room and I want to watch this replay, then there's going to be a really weird interpolation between these two data points. Assuming they're both in the same scene, but they shouldn't be. I'm thinking maybe this was the weird thing where Hornet was like interpolating into the room for a little bit, and then the rest of the stuff here is like it starts the animation, but I sort of thought it would record more than that, but it stopped halfway through. I can sort of retrofit this situation to like match what I saw, but I'm not sure if that's actually what happened. But yeah, basically the clock that I use to store time needs to be load removed. So I need to do the green thing here. Because then what would happen is that it would immediately jump to the next room, and it would actually have the remaining bits there, I think. This is boring. You're boring. You can just go do something else. Why are you here if it's boring? That's a skill issue. Jesus. Okay, so I think this is where I should be using the speedrun timer. So if it's gonna start working immediately, I'm gonna be happy and celebrate. If it's not gonna work, I don't know if I'll be able to debug that tonight. Because I kind of need to run that in parallel with the speedrun timer to double check that correctly. Well, let's try it. So let's see. So replay recorder. I do have this concept of absolute time in the... Where did I put that? I thought it was in here. Yeah, here. Oh my god. I just really want to get the basics up and running, and we're really close now. Okay, so right now I'm using time.unscaledTime. So instead of doing that, I guess I'm gonna do... Didn't I start creating the timer? Yeah, here. Okay, so we're gonna ignore the start new game stuff for now. Okay, so absolute time is now gonna be timer.time. So so what is my reference point here? Real time since startup as double. Okay, I don't want to use that. I guess I'm gonna do... wait, where did I go? Silksong timer. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna have a thing that's like the reference time. Reference real time. Unscaled time as double. There we go. Okay, so that's what we're gonna use instead of these. And that does not need to be public. There's a cat on my foot. Okay. Alright, dual screen, thanks for joining. See you later. So we got timer dot time, I guess. And that's a double. I can probably just round it to float. Okay, so when we start recording, we need to restart the timer. So we're gonna do timer dot reset and then timer dot start. And once again, when we're done recording, oh god, it's we kind of need two timers actually. There's a recording timer and there's a playback timer. I guess these are usually in sync with each other, but they don't necessarily have to be. Okay, I'm just gonna use one for now. So this means oh wait, do I need to do... Also, this is not the way to check this. Wait, I can't do end time? Okay, well, this is mostly like... This only doesn't work if I have slow motion or freeze frames. Okay, so I'm just gonna add a to-do here. To-do, don't font, don't use frame count. That is invalid, incorrect, not good, immoral. Okay, but I think it's close enough, so, you know. Okay, so here, we're trying to play from the start, and it is actually using the playback start time here. I think this would actually work. I thought I would have to like restart the clock, but because I log the start time and because I loop it, I think it's just gonna work. You know what? I don't even think I have to do this. Because I always record the start time. I can just start the timer when this object is enabled, actually. Hydrate. Okay. Okay, theoretically, this should work now. Oh, I should display it on screen, actually. Timer.time. Let's see. Is it public? Yes. Okay, and in my UI, I'm just gonna plop in the time. So this should be the load remove time. What did I call it? Silkstream? Timer? Time? To string? Okay. And then I guess just to compare it, I want to have the real time here. Real time time. I think I'll make that a field here, maybe. Posture check? Oh god. I'm sitting like an idiot. Okay. Oh my god, salad. Salad's licking an empty bowl. Like, Salad can just tell me when he needs food, but he's just licking an empty bowl. Like, okay, buddy.
Hey, yeah, how did you go?
What an absolute doofus of a cat. Although I guess licking an empty bowl is unambiguously that he wants food there. But if he's meowing, like, I'm not entirely sure what he wants. Maybe he wants something else. So I guess maybe he's actually super smart. Okay. Actually, this should be a public static. So then real-time time, since timer start, would then be timer dot reference start time minus Silksong timer dot reference real time. No, wait, other way around. Reference minus start time. Okay, so if these are the same, then something's wrong. If they are not the same, then something's right. Compile. Or build, I suppose. We built it. And it's time to just watch everything work immediately. It's gonna be perfect. When I grow up, I want to be like you. I think you should be the best you. You probably have other cool things. And that might include programming. Starting to do games right now and I need tips. I'm so bad at doing art and I'm graduating next year in computer science, but I'm so bad at programming. Do you enjoy programming? Or do you prefer to do art? Or like what's your drive? What's the thing you like doing the most? Because I always found that, like, if I enjoy doing something, I'm gonna be doing so much better if I just keep on doing it. And it's like so easy to keep my motivation up. I enjoy programming, it's so good. Oh, well then keep at it, you know? I need to study more. So this probably depends on the person. I would never be able to learn programming from studying. I am much better at learning by doing. Like, it's better to make badly programmed projects. Like, writing shitty code is one of the best ways to learn how to write better code. If you're gonna have someone who has a lot of experience like me, if I tell you that, like, oh, you should structure this code like this and that for this and that reason or whatever, like, that's not gonna be the same learning experience than if you wrote that code shittily first and then you got to the realization that, oh, okay, I see why structuring code like this is better. Like, experience is such a good teacher. It's actually wild how much that can teach you. Okay, let's see. Recording, replay. Zoop. Okay, next scene. We gotta load. I feel like it recorded too much there. Load remove time is 0. Hold on. That is not correct. Hello, Hornet. How's your replay going? I never call the tick function on a clock. A clock has to go tick and talk in order to progress. Timer dot tick. Wow. Imagine calling tick on a timer. Okay, let's try again. Hopefully some replays are gonna work now. Thoughts on lead code grinding? I don't know what that is. What is lead code? I thought lead code was like the weird spelling thing where you use 7 instead of T. Is there like an actual coding challenge that's called lead code grinding, or? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so load remove time and real time are now 2 different times. Okay, so is it gonna get... Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, load remove time is actually pausing here. I mean, the real time is also pausing, but I think it skips ahead once it resumes. Cool. Okay, so let's try it out. Recording a replay. Okay, scene transition. Some more replay recording. Wow, okay. Will that work? Oh, oh. Ooh, that looks incorrect. No, we still have some issues. What could be going wrong here? Yeah, there's something about the load removal that's still not working the way it's supposed to. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, I'm still... Yeah. Okay. I forgot that I had a return value here. Okay, so... I have my timer tick, and if that is equal to nothing, then we shouldn't record anything. So I think what was happening there, I think during the load removal, I think it was actually recording frames with the same timestamp. So you would get like a bunch of data points at the scene transition. And that took up time and space in the replay data. That's my theory, at least. I guess I can just shorten this. Okay. Let's make a build. Alright. Yeah, I'm not sure what the duration, like how that's split up right now, because it kind of looks like the recording duration is, I think, correct, but the replay duration feels shorter. So I think it's because it's spending time wasting frames, effectively, when it shouldn't even record anything. Okay, recording. Some seconds here. Next scene. Okay, come on. Come, yep, yep, hell yeah. That's what I want to see. Okay, let's see. Is the first part working now? Okay, we're gonna follow Hornet. Shit. That looked incorrect. Or was it? Hold on. That did not look correct. Oh yeah, it's the thing. When I'm entering a scene, I need to update the visibility state. That's the thing that's missing, right? So where would that be? I guess it would be in the replay player. I don't have a nice way to... Or no, but it should do... Hold on. Oh, that's correct. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna try to just leave at the same time as my recording. Yeah, that's clearly not correct. It's not even enough time for it to restart? What on earth is going on here? It's as if it's starting from the beginning again when I enter the room. The heck? I think it's awaiting the duration she spends in the first room. I guess I'm gonna record another replay. So let's spend more time out here. Wrong button. And then spend a little bit of time here. Wait, that looks like it's half and half. Okay. So how long do both of these spend in this scene? Oh, well, that's deeply incorrect. I feel like this second replay has the same issue I had before. Why? Is there a single timer controlling both? Yes. Is there something with my modulo that's incorrect? So I'm doing total duration. Start time to end time. That should be correct. Do you want without rune transition? I think that was probably completely fine, I would guess. Are we recording async? It looks a little buggy. No, I'm not recording asynchronously. I don't think I have to. Yeah, I don't need to leave the room. The end of recording is always just based off of duration, or rather, it's based off of the number of frames I've recorded, which should be very closely tied to the load removed time. Let's go to here. Okay, so yeah, let's record. You're kind of in the way. I'm recording a thing here. Okay, so that's the sprite sheet issue, where my recording is using the wrong sprite sheet, but that's a known issue and a separate thing to fix. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds. Okay, so let's do another one. Now they should both start at the same time. They do look a little bit weird, actually. There's some judder that I didn't get last time. I'm not entirely sure why that's happening. Like, this seems fine. I mean, judder aside, it seems fine, I think. Okay, so there's something about the load transitions that's wonky. So if let's say I record another one here. This is gonna overwrite one of them. Wrong button. Okay, that is really suspicious. That's like ultra suspicious. Why is my replay not showing up anymore? That's weird. Is it even showing up in this scene? No, it's just gone. We've just got one replay now. Okay, what if I record in this scene? Oh my god, what is happening with the background? Jesus. What? Excuse me? That's vaguely concerning. I'm just gonna close the game. Okay, well there seems to be maybe some kind of issue with recording the start time. Or like a reset issue. I should probably get better debugging tools. I feel like I need to like print actual values to make sense of this. Which might be too much for me tonight. Because I should have gone to bed about 5 hours ago. Is there any place where I'm not using... Oh, I know why I'm getting the judder. I know why that's happening. That's not the bug is unrelated, I think, but the judder is from the fact that I'm doing the timer in fixed update, so the playback is locked to 50 FPS now. But the playback should not be locked to 50. It should be locked to... That's your refresh rate, or your rendering frame rate. Where did I put the timer? Absolute time. Timer.time. This should be an update. Timer.tick. And I should instead do if timer.is in load removal state return. I think. Oh, wait, no, that's not the function. If the state is... not running, I think. Let's see. Paused, running, suppressed, not started. Yeah, if it's not started, I shouldn't record anything. If it's paused, I shouldn't record anything either. If it's suppressed, that means it's a load removal. It's only when it's running. But I think that was just causing the jitter. So that's, I don't think that's related to the actual weirdness we're seeing in the behavior. It's still so bizarre. I don't exactly know what's... Okay, I'm just gonna build this and see if I at least fix the jitter. But then we probably still have the same issues as before. I just wanna see what it looks like. You can find Linus down something from the code? Hell yeah. Good. Okay. So, start recording. Switch scene. Okay. We should see a Hornet coming in here now. Okay. Doing the animation, that's good. Okay. That looked kind of synchronized actually, so I think this room, I think it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna follow Hornet now. Okay, jumping up there, down, transition. And then just gone. Why? It's like it's restarting the timer every time I enter a new room. Why? Like, it almost feels like it's not using the load remove time for the playback. Like, it really looks like it's using real time for playback. Okay, I'm just gonna double check. What am I using for playback? Replay player, time absolute. That's the time I pass into the sampling. I do this thing, which I don't think I should do this here. I guess I have a loop condition, but... Okay, so what do I pass into take updates? I pass time into it, which is absolute time. Which is timer.time. Which is... That is the correct time right there. That should be correct. I don't... Still isn't playing long enough, right? Is it not? I thought it was. I don't remember exactly how far I went there, but... Okay, I'm gonna try to memorize it now. So, I'm gonna do a second replay. I'm just kind of like relatively slowly walking. Okay, I got back to here about. Oh, we're just gonna have one replay. we're just gonna have one replay. I guess that's how we're doing it. Okay. Jackass game not giving me my second replay. Okay. So the first replay, that's the only one we can rely on. So, start replay. I'm gonna spend some more time here now. Slowly walking into the other room. Stopped here. Okay. Excuse me? Hornet? Hello? Where are you? What? Hello? Yeah? Can you join me in the other room? Like, what are you doing here? Okay, come on. What? What? Where are you? What? Excuse me? Okay, wait, do I have errors? Actually, if I have an exception somewhere, that would like explain. Oh my god. Okay. Well, now I feel stupid. Silksong timer 101. Silksong timer 101 UI state game.manager.ui.ui state. Oh, I need to null check this, I think. Because UI manager, I believe, could be null. You would take that class, Silksong Timer 101. I also need that class right now. Okay, any other errors that were like tossing my way or exceptions? It looks like that might be the one. Cool. Let's try again. See, there's people in chat who are like, oh, I look up to you because I want to be able to do the things you do. You're like a pro or whatever. The thing is, like, what was the mistake I did this time? I didn't even read the error log. That was my mistake. Like, that's like a really stupid thing. And the thing is, like, you still do stupid mistakes even if you have a lot of experience. Like, it just happens because we're all human. We all make mistakes. We're all tired. We're all tired at like 6 a.m. when I should have gone to bed 5 hours ago. I would also say that I would not recommend programming while tired. So. Did I actually recompile? I forget if I made a build. Okay. Okay, replay stopped here. Incorrect. That's just not correct. What are you doing? Oh my god. Okay, I'm actually not sure if I made a build. Okay, let's make a build. There we go. Oh, I should have checked the log. Although, if I didn't make a build, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I would say if you wanna learn to make games, like one of the oh, my audio's messed up. Are really, really good to... It doesn't have to be like an official game jam, or it doesn't have to be like... It doesn't have to be like an official competition or whatever. Like, even just doing a game jam on your own, usually it's best to do it with a friend. Like one other friend, do a game jam and put a time limit on it of like, okay, we're gonna make a game during this weekend. And the goal is not to make a good game. The goal is not to make something you can release on Steam. The goal is not to make something that's fun to play. The goal is to make a game in that amount of time. Like, that's it. Like, and the purpose of this is that you're gonna go all the way from start to finish, and you are gonna force yourself to not make things perfect. And that's really important, because once you get into the flow of like, what is required to make something playable? What is required to make something the bare minimum of a game? And then you can start finding ways to find the fun in that prototype you're making. Yeah, game jams are really good at that, because the thing that's good about the game jam is that it forces you to get to the finish line, because it's so easy to just get stuck either thinking, oh, it's not good and it's not going to be anything at any point anyway, or you're going to think, oh, I mean, I have so much left to do, it's not perfect, and I need to like fix everything. But if you have a deadline, you're going to be able to just finish something. Even if it's not perfect, you're going to finish it. And that's like, even for me, who have a ton of experience, finishing stuff is one of my biggest issues. I need to practice this thing. So these things are hard. Okay, let's check the log before we start recording, just to double check. Oh, wait, we're still getting a null ref there? Okay, that is... Oh wait, because there's no game manager. Okay, hold on. These errors might actually not affect the recording at all, because that's... I think those errors are during the main menu, not the gameplay. It really does look like it's just cutting it short. But why? It's gotta be the playback. Okay, what if I just don't do the looping thing? Maybe I'm getting something wrong there. Or do I have the start time? No, it shouldn't be in the replay data. No. Oh wait, I should fix the null ref that I have. Because it's just a dumb thing. Where is it? Where's the Silksong timer? Or no, wait, it's in the game manager? Where did I put it? Game. Or no, I didn't. I don't know where I put my code anymore. Oh, here. So I guess manager is null. So if there's no game manager, I don't even know how to interpret that. If there's no game manager, should you do load removal? I'm guessing it's like, if you're in the main menu, is there a game manager? I would guess that the game manager probably spawns when the main menu loads. So I think that's just the problem. So I think I just need to do like if game.manager is null, then are we in load removal? Return false. I don't know. It feels safest to return false, just in case. I do have some on-screen information, but it's very rudimentary. I should probably do like a proper debugging visualization of some of this. What? I guess one thing I could add to the debug menu is just like showing the start and end time of the two replays. Do I not have a start time? Come on. Start Tim. Spent 10 hours. I really do need to go to bed. Okay, this is the last one. Last compile. If it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. And I'm gonna have to do that at some other point. Okay, we made a build, I think. Okay. Close the log. And go to the Church of Hornet to see if it's working. Okay. Replay 0 from 0 to 0. Makes sense. Let's record. What is that format? Oh, it's showing I'm confused by the way that... Oh, I did colon. I should have done period, not colon. What does that even do? I don't even know what string format I used there. That's deeply confusing. Okay. It's showing 8, and I guess there's 8 seconds, so that lines up at least. But it looks like we're just gone forever now. Let's record a second replay. Hornet, come on. Oh, hello? No, oh. Okay. Stopped early. And then permanently replayless. Okay. Alright, yep, too bad. Too bad. It's not working. Everything's broken. I suck. I'm the worst programmer in the world. Nothing's good anymore. I'm gonna stop programming. Yeah, this is not... I didn't even know you could write this. I don't know what colon means. I meant to write period. Like I did up here, you know? But, maybe transitions are hard-coded? I'm not sure what that means. Okay, I am actually very tired, and I have a headache. I should not have been streaming this long. Any questions or thoughts, or whatever, before I go to bed? Simple questions only. No long questions. Hydrate. Yeah, I just can't drink too much. I'm gonna start closing things. Because I'm gonna turn off my computer after this. Simply because I should not do more computer. Maybe I'll save this. I guess not as a PNG. Not in the cloud. Thank you. Not in OneDrive. Can I just save it on my computer? You know, like on the hard drive? Is that an option? Projects. Graphic design, sure. Silksong, replay notes. Perfect. I don't need to save this thumbnail. Nope. What did you graduate for? Math and like computer science? I have a high school education, which was, it was a focus on natural sciences with a little bit of focus on math. But yeah, it was mostly like a natural sciences focus. I just got some extra math. It did have some programming things, but like I don't know, it was like the programming courses there were like, I was way ahead of the teachers there, so like it was not useful for me at all. Like it would be like other people would ask me questions because I'm like a hermit. I was like sitting in my room noodling around with game dev related stuff. And so that wasn't super useful. But then after high school, I went to a game dev school, which was called Future Games in Stockholm. And that was really cool. It was very game design focused, and I wasn't super into game design. Like it can be interesting to talk about, but I'm not I'm not like super interested in game design. There are some people who like just do game design and that's like their passion, but I'm just kind of like, I don't know, game design is weird to me. But yeah, that's my educational background, but I've always been a lot more motivated by like my own projects than educational stuff. Are you in the same time zone as Belgium? Probably something like that. Whatever Stockholm is in. Central European. How does the carpet look? Pretty good. It's not perfect, but pretty alright, I think. I don't have my cat camera. Oh, here I do. Oh. Come on, camera. Oh shit, it's working. Okay, so this is the place where I dropped a bunch of tea onto the carpet. I think it's mostly okay. There's like, this looks a little suspicious. That. And then there's like this part. But I think this is actually, I think that's actually from my previous tea stain. Because I feel like I got back to the previous not quite good state. So I think it's okay. I think we made it out alive. It didn't get worse. Which font is this title? I think it's Renogare, the font in Celeste. Game design is like writing scripts, but harder. The thing that bothers me about game design is that I think a lot of game design is very centralized on psychology, and it's very dependent on what your goals are as a developer and what your goals are with the project. And most people that talk about game design for what's good or bad game design are generally opinions, but there's a lot of people that never frame it that way, that talk about it as if it's like hard truths or like scientifically proven, but it's really not scientifically proven. That's not to say that there's no like general rules that are good to follow, but like it bothers me sometimes the way that people talk about game design. And I don't know. I feel like it is possible to be a good game designer, but it's also possible to be a bad game designer and not know. But yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a lot of people in game design try to like formalize something and come up with a bunch of rules that don't end up actually being true rules. And it's not even like researched. It's just like, based off of my anecdotal evidence, this is what's good. And it's like, it might be true within your anecdotal bubble, but you haven't tested this. You haven't done like double-blind tests to see if this is actually true, which is fine. Just say that it's your opinion. And that's okay. It's okay to have opinions. That's like, I don't know. It's like people who try to say that like you can derive morals from like science. I have the same issue with that, where like I don't know, like this is fundamentally a philosophical question, and that's actually really hard. And I think you need to admit that you're doing philosophy, and if you're a game designer, you're doing psychology, and you're trying to like create an experience for someone, and that's really difficult. And we're all kind of guessing. We're all kind of guessing what's good, guessing what's bad, guessing what's gonna work for people, and that's cool. That's awesome. Just be okay in saying that you're guessing. You know, there's so many people who want to say they're on more firm grounding than they actually are. UX is quite scientific though. Yeah, I mean there are things that is like very like is like overwhelmingly everybody is pretty sure that this thing is good. So like especially when it comes to UX, and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyway, okay, I should go to bed. Holy shit, I'm tired. I should probably plug something, but I'm too tired to do that. There's probably links all around wherever you're watching this. There's panels probably somewhere. I don't know. Just look at look around you, you know? Just take in the environment. I shouldn't have to give you a business card. If you want to go to my Discord, if you want to go to my Blue Sky, it's all somewhere in the world. I think you are cool enough to find it. I believe in you. I believe that you're able to go wherever you want to go. Wow, I'm tired. Okay, thank you all for joining. This was fun. I did this for way too long. I will see you all next time. I don't know when that's gonna be. I don't have any like schedule for my streams, so whenever I stream next, who knows? We shall see. But thanks for joining, everybody, and I hope you have a good night. I'm certainly gonna have a good night, or it's morning now, but I'm gonna have a good morning sleeping. But yeah, thanks for joining. Bye, everybody. See you next time. Oh, not on YouTube. It's not stopped on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Where's my panel? YouTube get the extra late stream after hours. Okay, cool. So the multiple output thing in OBS does not stop when you stop streaming. Okay. That's kind of weird. Because I thought the stream was based off of the main stream, but I guess not. Okay, good to know. Well, now that it's only people on YouTube, or no, wait. Is it just on YouTube? Yes, it's just on YouTube. Well, good night, YouTube. Hope you have a good evening, good night, good whatever. I have to stop y'all separately, so this is the end of the line. Bye, everybody. Good night.